cash we have collected. Agree? Agree? Now you see what the important part that you have missed out? You agree with me? Yes? Okay. We go to the next one, David. Okay, scenario 3. What could be some of the reasons when actual is greater than the system whilst reconciling cash drawer? Now we have been always talking about our actual is less, system is more, actual is less. Now we have got a different scenario. What could be some of the reasons when actual is greater than system? Our actual is more and system is less. Anyone? Overcharge? Overcharge, yes, that could be one of the reasons. Give your answers so that you can go out on lunch on time. Miro? So reasons? Number 1, overcharge. Number 2, manual sale. What? Actual can be over, so you have processed the manual sale. So if you have processed, huh? Yes. Wrong change. No, that could be one of the reasons. That's what I'm saying. It could be one of the reasons.
Manual sale.
Manual sale?
Yes.
Okay. Before I write, I need to understand what in manual sales.
Okay. Like the deposit for the next day will be, the cash will be over, but the system will be less. Why? Because the sale has been processed by the system, but the actual money has been deposited. So there will be overbanking there.
So it's manual sales,
Yes.
cash or card taken but not processed in system.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Anything from group 3? Yes, Chantal, you have something more? Maggie? Can't hear them. It's okay. Advance payment? Advance payment, but advance payment through what? Online payment? If online payment, it can't be. If it's online payment, how are you going to receive at the location? Agree? Agree? Whatever you process in system, in Pronto, your POS, that can only trigger your over or short. Online sale it can't be because you are not processing, you are not receiving that cash in your till. It's received online, the cash is received online. Yes, online sales, if the cash is received, direct deposit is bank, and you are processing, in that case, your POS will be, your actual will be less and system will be more. If you are doing online, if you want to use online payment, remittance advices from the customers. Yeah, so that's have been covered. Wrong change, and we at times we overcharge, manual sales. Sorry, error in transaction, system error. You mean to say, or error in transaction? How? So that's for FPOS finger error. Okay. So I think we have covered a lot. What could be some of the reasons when your system is system is less and your actual is over? Agree everybody? Set? Next. What's the time? Set. We have additional 20 minutes to go. Okay, so quick one, daily banking process. I don't think so I need to speak on this. It's very basic, but a few things that I will highlight. Okay, all cash takings during the day should be banked intact the following day. It's a public holiday, then weekend, or if the banks are closed, then on the next available working day. But what's happening right now? We are still getting messages. There's a long queue in the bank. Sorry, I won't be able to do it today. I'll do it the next day. We are getting that scenarios. Whatever I have just stated. There's multiple risks associated with hard cash. So the best possible solution, you try to bank the current day sales on the next day. That's the main thing, before 11. Knowing it's a Monday, bank was closed Saturday, Sunday, and there will be long queue. And if you want to go to the bank at 2 p.m., definitely there will be long queue. And we have been talking about these proactive approaches, self-reflection, all these multiple disciplines in all the previous trainings and workshops. I'm sure Deepika must have spoken about it, Avinash has spoken about it, Ashish has spoken about it. We have separate trainers discussing about this, these motivational speakers that we have in our trainings. But how we are going to practically put that in place, that's the main question. That's the main thing.
When we having hard cash in the shop, we are inviting the holder. Right? So the risk part is in the morning, 9 o'clock, separate risky time. When you are holding the cash transaction, that's why we always ask each admin to clear the cash as soon as possible. And always needs to be different items, but it needs to be cleared before they don't know the account.
Okay, so as I said, 3 levels of verification. That was the part which I just said. If the Modi comes next day, what are the documents? Deposit slip. And if he is not there next day, then the following day, then the main thing would be deposit slip. That then he will require the stamped deposit slip. Very important, stamped. Okay. And if you want to do further verification, you can always ask finance. One thing I tell you, for finance, we have a full 100% visibility of the total transactions you have processed in the POS, in the system, and under what tender type you have closed. And that's the main reason why we have held some of the managers and cashiers accountable. And they are paying till date. We have the full visibility of all the transactions you are posting. From the back end, we have full details. Each POS, what are all the transactions you have processed, what was the amount, even for each transaction, you have sold 4 items. We also have the full visibility of what all items you have sold under the transaction, and whether the transaction was closed under hard cash, Westpac, or BSP. We have that full visibility, and just to let you know. And that's why we have held some of the cashiers and managers accountable for the shortages. And like at times, we see we have excess in 10 toya, 20 toya, 50 toya even. At times we even have 1 kina, 2 kina. We also have that full visibility that is sitting in one of our GLs. Finance can fully give you a full picture of what was the total sales and whether you have done the Z-off or no. Even that we can tell you. If you have properly done the Z-off and in the right GL posting in your right bank, see, when the last process, when you do the end of day, it tells you whether you want to post in system, in Westpac, or in BSP. So at times what happens, Lay is banking with BSP, but by mistake they were in a rush, they closed under Westpac, and all your sales will be going under Westpac. That doesn't mean your sales is finalized and balanced. Yeah, it is finalized and balanced, but the last error that you have, because again we can tell that you have done in a wrong era, you have posted wrong bank. It's not a system error. It's not a system error. System will never automatically post into any of the banks unless and until you even go and select. So just to let you all know, we have the full visibility of each and individual transactions. Now we are in the project of putting all locations on live. Now it's very easy to see at any point in time, wherever you are, just log in, you can see how much Boroko has done, how much Waterfront has done, how much Kokopo has done. Like we did an experiment when the craze sale started. There was no craze sale for Boroko, Waterfront and Kokopo. But Boroko was doing above 5,000. First day sale 8,000, 9,000. Because that we can visualize the impact that is coming. Because people are thinking, oh, craze sale, let's go. So we have that full visibility on live when the system is running live. And even what happens, some systems, they are, due to the power outages, they are not able to do Z-off. One good example is Medeng. That again pops up because we don't have, there's no posting done. The sales has been sent, circulated on WhatsApp group, but backend there's no posting. Then we call Dixon, the sale has been posted, and then Dixon processes the sale. And now what just Avi has mentioned, if you want to log in POS 1 into POS 2, and you want to also run POS 1 parallelly, and you want to process the same transaction in two different POS, and the server will be confused which one should I accept because both are identical. That again we can tell from the back end, from the finance end. So if you are trying to play up with any of this, please be very mindful and be very careful. Okay. Next. Just one more slide back, David. The very important part which Ashish has highlighted. So before 11 p.m. and 12 p.m. PNG time, before 12 p.m. you return from the bank and give the bank deposit slips, stamped deposit slips to finance. Now we have this cash draw WhatsApp group. Very soon it will be deleted. By end of this week that group will be deleted. We are trying to re-strategize our communication channel and realign because there's been too many groups and too many people are there because they have to do the same communication in all the groups. So you are realigning that. Okay, so by end of this week, cash drop will be deleted. Now the main challenge which I see there is finance will need to now depend on the email coming from your locations that your deposit has been done on timely basis. Because apart from that, there is no other way finance can view that that location has done their deposit. Unless and until we view your deposit has been done and finance has received the deposit, stamped deposit slip.
See, the smart manager, what the smart manager will do when he's doing the end of day, straight away it will prepare the banking summary and say it there and there. That's the admin don't have to come and do it in the morning again. The only thing you need to come and send to finance in the next day is a deposit slip from the bank. So it will make things much more easier.
Okay, these are a sample of a most complete deposit slip. You will see date is there, amount is there, bank account is there, and the very important part, stamp is there. And the other thing which we are currently challenged with, which we have discussed before but still not being aligned. I'm not sure whether it's an issue from admin, manager, or is it a bank issue. We clearly should note down, mention JAX. The other character should be your location. Hagen, Medeng, Leh, Wengani, Kokopo. You should mention your location. And then, very important, date. So we need to play up with the characters, the limited characters. It's JAX Kokopo. If you want to write JAX Kokopo, it has already taken 10 characters. Then there's no more gaps to write the date. Probably you can write it here, but bank doesn't have that much characters to process when they are, the system doesn't allow that much characters to process. You understand what I mean by characters? Like each alphabet is the character. Okay? So we can do it in short. Instead of JAX, you can just say JOP. Instead of 4 or 5 characters, you are just using 3, JOP. JOP, Hagan. Rather than writing full Hagan, you just write down HAG. Wangani, rather than writing down Wangani, you can just write down WAI. Because that's a unique, there's no other location where JEX is operating that is same as Wangani. Isn't it? Same for Vision City. Boroko as well. Waterfront same. JOP, we can say WF or WRFNT, something like that. But the date, we cannot compromise the date. So what the other scenario could be, if you are doing the banking for Friday, what happens? The deposit slip has to be prepared for each day, there has to be each deposit slip. It's not that you are going to do the banking on Monday, so let's combine Friday, Saturday, Sunday sale. That's not how it works. Friday sale, prepare separately, Saturday sale, prepare separately, and Sunday sale, prepare separately. Each day has to have each deposit slip with a clear amount. Okay? Any questions on that? What's the time? Already 12:30? 5? 12:35. Okay, we got 1 hour, so let me just. Okay, so as I discussed, see, key challenges: inconsistent narration and deposit slip not sent on timely basis. These are the two challenges which you are facing, finance team is facing in terms of daily banking. Okay, any questions, team? Any questions on that so far? No? No? Because you are hungry? Okay. We'll just pause there, we'll come back and then I'll see again my slides where I want to resume from. Basically the main idea regarding the sales summary and sales reconciliation we have covered. The other part is regarding our inventory control. As I said, starting off my presentation, as of now our stock variance is currently trailing at 1.3 million. And that 1.3 million, don't be mistaken, it's not a sale value, it's a cost value. So imagine double the amount, that amount of sale we have basically lost. That's the amount of the damage we have caused to our business. 1.3 million. As of now it currently stands, and there are major locations yet to be, the stock take is yet to be finalized. So it's a very alarming, for me it's a very alarming figure. Our seniors are having sleepless nights. So as I started my presentation with responsibility, accountability and ownership. And you must have seen the change in the management style. The management is now, every time it has been, that courtesy culture was there. Understanding, emotional, as Avi has said, human, emotional intelligence, how you deal with it. But if you are going to accept and deal with this, it's going to cause further damage to our business. We understand, each and every person has their own perspective, their own views, but again it comes back to motivation and discipline. Everything I try to explain, it comes back to discipline. So that figure is the trailing figure as of now, it's very alarming. And the other thing, our sales numbers, currently we are down year to date budget by overall group wise, we are trailing below budget by almost 3 million, it's 2.9 million. And the 2.9 million I'm talking about is exclusive of GST. If I add 10% to it, it will be more than 3 million. So 3 million, 10%, another 300,000. So basically 3.3 million. We are below budget by 3.3 million. And it's not about thousands, it's about million. 3.3 million. Remember last workshop, November? We were all clapping, happy to be part of 70 million project. But as of now, we are already below budget by 3 million. And that we can cover up. We got another 6 months to go, and I'm sure the team here, we can push down, drive the team down, and we can, I'm sure we can cover the numbers and achieve that objective of 70 million. Okay, not taking much of your time. Let's go out for lunch break. Please ensure you come back fresh, because I can already see some of you are yawning, scratching your eyes. If you are not feeling well, please go out, wash your face and come back. But you need to be active. Okay? Else you are defeating the purpose. You are basically defeating the purpose of this training and this workshop. Okay? Okay, Miro. Okay? Let's go out for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. If earlier, then good.
Test. The next presentation will be done by Robert. Thank you. Robert, get ready. Huh? Now you have to come up with the 200.
Huh? Where?
In your pocket.
Can you go out and call everyone in? It's only 3 minutes left. Ashish, outer stations have all joined. If anyone feeling sleepy, let me know, okay? In the middle of the training. I'll training, but we are going, our next session will be on inventory, which is very important. Okay? If you are feeling sleepy, let me know. You go out and wash your face and then you come back. It's a very important part. I understand with the having trainings at hotels, that benefit of getting that luxury feeling, warmth feeling, plus the heavy lunch we have. I understand we hardly get this lunch in our day-to-day task, but since we are having it, I'm sure I will be feeling a bit sleepy. But we cannot forgo the main objective why we are here for. Okay. If I'll show you numbers, the amount of money we have invested in our previous training, it's very huge. You will hardly see companies other than JEX, even in India as well. You will hardly see companies who want to invest in people management, leadership skills and training, because it's companies valuing you. That's why they are investing in you. And this knowledge which you are getting, it's for you. Nobody can take it from you. It's not that when you are going to leave the company you have to retain this. That is something now inbuilt, and it's for your benefit. Everybody is in. Somebody still out except for Zanil and Avinesh. Rest of the team.
Check your neighbors, please.
Check your neighbors. Samuel, where is he? Samuel, I saw him outside with Jerry. Lou. Okay. All good, we can start now? Your neighbors back in? Back in the house? Yes, confirm? Your neighbor was who? Shamim? Your neighbor was? Oh, Jared. Jared is there. Okay, we start? Okay, very important session, this second session. There are many other things which I have skipped because I want to cover this part and it's very important. And this will be represented, basically presented by myself and Shamim. Shamim is there to assist me. If you have any questions, any queries, please feel free. This is the time to open up and discuss. Shamim is the person, Miro is the person, warehouse, based in warehouse, looking after inventory transfers, not looking after but doing inventory transfers. And basically the process owners for this are the retail shop managers and warehouse managers. So it's very important, and one of the critical part of this presentation, one of the key topics that I want all of you to be very wide and awake. So first session regarding the daily summaries, the 3 scenarios that we had. I suppose everybody has got a clear understanding of now how it's to be done. Just getting a feedback from group 1. We've got very senior cashiers there, senior managers, Timothy, Debra, Robert, but just that one step that they missed, they worked on that assumption of there's a difference. Since it was mentioned TAE of 2100, they thought that's the only variance, but they never did an additional part of calculating the actual difference, which was done by group 3. So the effort is there, the idea was there, but you know that one piece missing in the puzzle it's not complete, isn't it? You're not getting that correct, that overall picture, if you're not putting that right puzzle at the right place. Okay, so the last session regarding the inventory. So understanding inventory receiving process at warehouse. So this is receiving process at warehouse. Okay, so just giving a highlight. I'm sure some of you must have been to warehouse, some of you have never been to warehouse. So you must have wondering how things work at warehouse. You must be imagining, okay, there must be a truck coming down to warehouse, offloading, putting it the shelf, take out and give it to the stores. That's the logic, but I'll just try to give you a brief explanation how it works. Okay, so inventories, this is the process. Master file from procurement team. Master file, why master file? From procurement team, because procurement team is the people who are buying the product. They are the people buying the product, organizing, pick up from the factory, freight, and down to POM, and then from wharf, from POM wharf to our warehouse, involving the clearing agent, ensuring with the customs right amount is declared. The clearing agent is our clearing agent high lift, before it was DSB, now high lift, ensuring whatever they are clearing, declaring with the customs, it's all is okay. You know, right value at a right duty percentage. So these are very important. Okay, so just giving a high overview how things work at warehouse shipment receiving process. Master file, and then there is a purchase order, and then again it comes to shipment receiving at warehouse, shipment offloaded, packages tallied, supplier packing list. With every invoice there is a packing list. Okay, because list basically gives a detail of each item, how many pieces and in which cartons. Okay, Shamim, if I'm wrong anyway, just try to correct me. Then items set. So this part is done. Now items are received, offloaded, then items organized by style, color, size for physical receiving, and then we do the system part, that is putting that whatever is physically received at warehouse, now putting that in our system, and that flows through a master file, purchase order, all the batch of documents is sent to finance for GRN. Okay? Stay there. Then reading finance posting, this is basically the inventory posting, GRN posting. And then now rated and stock is ready for distribution. Physical is done, system is also done, because now you can see in the system what amount of stock, pieces of stock have been received at warehouse. And then from the system we do the transfers from warehouse to respective locations. Why not do it manually? Anybody? Why not do it manually? Why put this system in place? We are selling the physical items to the customers. So that's just why do we need to go through the system? Exactly. We need to maintain proper accountability, because all stocks are not gone to the stores. Some we distribute to the stores, locations that don't have that much of capacity to receive the full shipments. And it's since it's not only one warehouse and one shop, there are multiple shops. So it's very important to do system transfers, so accountability is there. Okay, so the next part. Now this is stock transfer flow, basically distribution of stock from warehouse to respective locations. This is the flow chart. As I have said, I will share my slides with you all and you can refer to it. And if you have any questions, you can always come back to myself. And regarding inventory, if you have any questions, you can always go back to Shamim or Miro. Okay. So initiation and dispatch. Initiate stock transfer. Who does the initiation? Who initiates the stock transfer? Who does this part? First part, initiate the stock transfer. Product team? Yes, product team. And at times warehouse does it as well. For new shipments, it is done by product team. And for replenishment, reordering, it is auto-generated and auto-triggered. And at times it also comes from procurement team as well. So initiate stock transfer, this is done by, the actual system transfer is done by warehouse team. Dispatch stock with transfer document. We dispatch the stock with the transfer document. When you are receiving the stock at your locations, do you receive the transfer document? Yes? Okay, we will discuss detail in that, and there are group activities for that. So we will see everybody's understanding on stock transfer process. Okay? Okay. Dispatch stock with transfer documents. Now everything is being loaded in the van, in the truck, and now the stock is in transit. You can see it's in transit. Now it has arrived at your destination. Receive goods at destination. Verify shipment. Discrepancy found. Investigate, resolve the discrepancies. Yes, discrepancy found, yes. No, then we come to perform stock transfer in, that is receiving stock and doing stock transfer in. Stock transfer in system, receiving the stocks in system. You can confirm, yes, you have received. And then update inventory records, file documents and receipt. Do you file the transfer documents? Do you file that delivery copies? Yes. And for how long do you keep it? Till the? Agreed. Stock take is done, all clear, done, clear it out, and then you dispose. Because at any point in time there is an audit, that is your evidence, the documents. Go back. So this a very important part, performing stock transfer in, warehouse does the stock transfer out, and the other main part here is, which Ashish has been working week to week basis, finance team has been putting the pressure, and now it becomes basically operations responsibility to clear all the stocks and find out whatever has been in transit. The stocks are for auto stations, yeah, it is actually in transit because the shipment is on its way to the destination. But for POM locations, for how long is it in transit? 30 minutes, 1 hour, isn't it? That's the maximum. Yes or no? But there are scenarios where one stock out is done, but physical stock is sitting at warehouse. Then it becomes stock in transit because stock transfer out has been done by the warehouse, but the receiving party is yet to receive the stocks. Okay? Okay, now the next part. Stock transfer in. I am sure most of you have been having this question in mind. Why do stock transfer in? Isn't it? Why are we creating this additional process to do stock transfer in? Because that stock is for Wingani. It's one company. Why will warehouse give 2 piece, say 2 piece and actually they are giving 1 piece? It's one team. Why should they do that? But it can happen. Human error, it can happen. And for, as Elizabeth has said, for better accountability. So that's why we have put a process in place, that is stock transfer in. And this is a basic process every businesses follow. Okay, this is very basic process. So why do stock transfer in? Firstly, accurate inventory tracking. Why it matters? It helps maintain real-time accurate records of stock movement. And without stock transfer in process, receiving locations may show incorrect stock levels, leading to errors in stock availability, sales or reordering. Agree? Agree with that? Next one. Confirms receipt of goods. Why it matters? Confirms that the transferred stock has been received in good condition and in the correct quantity. Without it, if there is no stock transfer in process, there is no formal acknowledgement, which can lead to disputes or losses due to unrecorded shipments. Agree or no? Very much in line. Yes? The other one, from finance perspective and from your administration and your finance perspective as well, from your administration team. If you want to take that ownership, you want to see, from the bird's eye view, what actually is happening, how it impacts your financial statements, there it says. Why it matters? Ensures stock values are properly reflected in accounting and inventory report. Without it, may result in misstatements in financial record affecting profitability analysis and audits. This is something additional for you. Okay. Number 4, enhances traceability and accountability. Why it matters? Enables clear tracking of where stock originated and where it was sent. Without it, it's difficult to trace lost or damaged items and assign accountability. Again, see. Now, some of the basic checks and actions we do at stock transfer in process. Okay? You okay, Nemaya? Verify transfer documentation. That is, check stock transfer order or stock transfer document, the STO copy, the delivery docket. Okay? And the delivery docket. Confirm source and destination locations. Remember, whatever we are going to discuss in theory, I will be putting this in practical. I will just show some pictures, and then it will become your responsibility to identify how it all links up and what are the major checks you need to do when you are receiving stock. So pay a very clear attention. Okay? This is theory. We are going to put this in practical very soon. Practical not in a sense that you will be receiving the actual stocks, but we have to imagine we are receiving the actual stocks and we have to do group activities to see what processes we follow when doing stock transfer or receiving the stocks. Okay? So verify transfer documentation, check stock transfer order or delivery docket, confirm source and destination locations. You need to first, that's one of the things, confirm source and destination locations. It's not that delivery is made to Wangani, but delivered to VC. And without checking the location on top, you quickly receive the stocks. It was for VC, but it has went down to Wangani. warehouse did a stock transfer out to Vision City. It was clearly written on Vision City, but due to human error, we overlooked that part, and the physical items have been now delivered to Waingani instead of Vision City. And Waingani, they need to check whether okay, does it say it needs to be charged out to Waingani or no. So this is the very first part on top. You need to check that. Check date, transfer reference and authorization. Date very important. If you are receiving backdated stocks, let's say past 1 week, you need to question why. Why 1 week before? That should trigger something. Where was it till now? If this item, this stock transfer was initiated a week before, and warehouse and Waingani, how far are they? Few kilometers, isn't it? Then why wasn't this stock transferred? There could be possible, there could be genuine reasons behind this, but again, that's not the practice that we put in place. Anybody knows what's the timeline, cut-off timeline that we should, for the POM location, they should clear all their pending transfers? Anyone? Within what time frame we should all clear our TIPs? 1 week? Yeah, maybe, but should be 3 days. Within 3 days, it should be cleared. That's the standard, within 3 days. And I think the policy also says the same, 3 days. Okay, that's something that now you have put on 48 hours. So we can always amend the policy, but it says within 3 hours, 3 days. Okay.
So basically, like just add on, if product team has raised any recommendations, like we are 29, warehouse is already dispatched. So as a store manager, we need to check that within the 48 hours, why it was not been delivered to the location. So we need to investigate. We as a store manager, we cannot just wait for warehouse to sell the stock and then we're going to do the receipting. So the receipting is another part when we do the system receipting, like recently we have the Vision stocks were been delivered to Waingani and the proper checks were not being done from the store manager. And the store manager went and did the receipting of Vision City. So the store manager needs to check where the item came from and to which particular location. There are 2 checks. One is just bottom and one is on the side, on the right bottom, which I shared previously. But still, most of the shop managers are not doing that. And the same check needs to be done by administration. Like for some example, admin has missed it out, store manager needs to pick it up. Store manager has missed it out, admin needs to be picked it up. But that check needs to happen the person who is doing the physical receiving. And for example, if the stock is already been dispatched and been kept at the warehouse, so if it's 48 hours, the stock has not been received to the location. So when the location is doing the checkup for the TIP, he or she is to immediately flag it to Miro that this stock is already been taken out on 16, but now it's already been 19 or 18, we haven't received. Understand? So that's the detailing part of the TIP we need to check. Like for example, for the current TIP, for the poultry product, Waingani has already transferred the item to warehouse, but warehouse is not able to bring the item. And Waingani team is saying the item is already been given. Then where is the delivery code? Where is the evidence of delivery that the item was delivered to the warehouse? If there is no delivery, then it will be charged back to warehouse. Any item are going out, any item are coming in. And is to ensure we do the step. When you step on the delivery, then it's very low. The item came from warehouse, from Miro. I have received it, I will put a Waingani step and sign on. So that's 100% valid. If the step is not there, then anybody can sign on. When the receiving or transfer, there should not be anybody who can receive it. There needs to be a dedicated or allocated person who will be only doing the receiving. And same thing vice versa. If Waingani is giving any item to any location, there needs to be a delivery copy and it needs to be signed off and stamped. So that's the process thing of PI. Okay? So just know, Monday the PIP is coming, then Wednesday. But needs to update the PIP properly. And in PIP, write the full information. Don't write that's not the process. The process is receive, system receiving before it goes to the shop. So that's our process.
Thank you, Ashish. Everybody clear on that? Any questions? All clear? All clear? Yes? Yes? Not getting any response? No? Yes? Okay. Sometimes, the expression, facial language speaks different. In some countries, when you say, like, when say it's, oh wow, very good, they do like this. If you see it, oh, it's not good. Okay. So, check date, transfer reference and authorization. Inspect shipment. Do you inspect? You inspect the box? Yes? Yes? Ashish the other day, he saw the package, he inspected the package, and then he commented, oh, it's very high. But that's our standard. That's a container high level. But probably it might not be something not aligned with our employees. Then we can always go back and discuss how we can realign or how it would be beneficial for both the team, warehouse and the receiving locations. Perform visual inspection for damage or tampering. Ensure boxes are sealed and labeled. If your totes are open, no seal is there, that means tampering has been done. Somebody has opened the box. Match physical goods to transfer order. Count items and verify against transfer order. Check item codes, SQs and unit of measurements. Agree? No? Yes? Yes? Okay. Quality check. Inspect for damages. Check expiry date, serial and batch numbers. In our case, we don't have expiry date, but that's one of the checks as well. Okay. Update system inventory, post the stock transfer in, ensure accurate item codes, quantities and locations, enter serial and batch numbers if required. The other one, record discrepancies, note any shortages, overages or damage, and report discrepancies immediately. It's not that you have not received the stock and after 1 week, then you go back to warehouse. 1 week is a very long time. Many transactions has already happened in warehouse. Thousands of carton has gone out. Thousands of sale has been processed in your location. So why not immediately? Isn't it? Label and store goods. Label SP, SOP. SOP. Yes? Standard operating procedures. Thank you. Documentation and acknowledgement. Sign of receipt with date and time. Archive transfer documents and inspect reports. What just Bhagi has said. They archive the documents until stock take has been completed. Okay. Next one. Okay. Time for group activity. Have a very clear look. Have you seen this document before? You sure? You see it daily? Okay, good. I'm lucky. So this is stock transfer document. Sorry, there are 2 pages of it, but I have checked the first page. On the second page, another important information over here. Yes? Can anybody tell what is that another important information that is normally at the bottom corner here? Yes, Maggie? Description of the delivery. What description? No. 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 Okay, let me see. It's good that you have a copy. Bring it.
Delivery instructions, especially the description of the delivery.
We want to know about.
Okay, yeah, you are right, and this can be all amended. I agree with you, Deborah. So this is, but what now I have just recently seen, once we have brought in the security seal. When was the security seal, when was this effective, Miro? Last week. Okay, so that's why. So now you will see at the bottom corner the security seal number. The security seal will have, I suppose, 8 digits or 9 digits or 10 digits, not really sure. But you will see the last 4 digits of the security seal. You are receiving stocks in totes, the green plastic container. Yes. So each tout will have its own security seal number. That's a unique serial. That's a unique number. And each tout will have a unique security seal number. And when warehouse is doing transfer out, for example, for this particular stock transfer out, for this particular stock transfer document, there are 2 pages. This is page 1 of 2. That means there are 2 pages, and there are multiple items being transferred from warehouse to the locations. Okay, so there could be possibility. It's not only 1 tout. There could be 3 tout or 4 tout. Okay, and then right at the bottom they will mention the last 4 digits of the security. So you will have 4 digits, comma 4 digits, comma 4 digits, comma 4 digits. Why 4? Because last 4. Why 4 separate digits? Because you are receiving 4 touts. Clear? Still confused? You want me to write on whiteboard? All good. All good. Okay, that's good. I love to hear this kind of response. Okay. So very important. What all important checks that you're gonna be doing? I won't discuss right now, but I want you to have a look, and then in your group activity, what are the important checks that you do when you are doing stock transferring? So this is one of the document that you receive. Next picture. Oh. Seen this before? Every day? Yes? This is the delivery docket which you receive. There's one delivery, there could be one, but it's practically it's one delivery docket for each delivery. But under one delivery there can be multiple stock transfer out. You can see, anybody can see this and tell how many stock transfer out were done under this delivery? How many? 2, 1, 4. How many transfers? 2? Okay, good. There are 2 transfers done under this delivery, and you can see there are 2 separate stock transfer out numbers. That's the transfer document number. Agree? Yes? Now it's falling, everything is now falling in place? Yes? The puzzle's getting together? Timothy? Yes? Okay. Received by name and signature. Very famous name? Okay, good. Now that's, they have received, they have written the time and which vehicle number, and it clearly states which stock transfer document number. Okay, dispatched by Joshua and security check stamped, also signed and signed by the receiver. Clear? Clear? Okay. Seen this before? Recently? Yes, but seen, right? This is the security seal, right? These are the last 4 numbers you will see on the bottom corner of the transfer document number. Clear now? So let's numbers there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 numbers. So last 4 numbers will be written on the transfer document, right, at the bottom corner. Next. Okay, let's go back and do the activity. Okay, this was missed out. Yeah, I was wondering there was one more picture. This is the sticker that is pasted on each tout. Yes? Agree? Okay. So just by looking at this picture, can you tell me for this transfer document number, how many touts were there? 3. Why 3? Because 3/3. That's good. And this is for Jack and Co. T's. Okay, that is something just to give you what items are there. And for where has been this touts delivered to? Which location? Jaivis? You sure? You sure? Why? Because Javik, that's why. Okay, that's good. I thought it's Jack's water friend. No, eh? Okay. Any other picture, brother, there? No? Okay, now let's do a negativity. This activity will be based on what all are the important checks that you do when you are receiving this stock transfer document. What all are the important checks that you do? Probably it may not be in order, but what are some of the important checks that you do with the actual documents you receive when you are receiving items from warehouse to your respective locations. So I'll give you 10 minutes on that to discuss and come back and present what all are the important checks you do and what are all the important things that you check when you're receiving the items. What are all the important numbers, figures, or whatever it is in your transfer document, in your tout. What else is there? The delivery copy is there. The security seal is there. You have 10 questions. Okay, we'll to all the team. Okay. Okay, that's good. Your time starts now. Okay, I'll give the butcher papers. So let's say you have received imagine you have received the items, the green touts you have received. So what all things you are going to check when you are receiving the stock? And you have got what are the important key things that you're going to check? That's going to be coming from you, but I'll just give you the clues. One is stock transfer document. What all are the important things that you're going to check and match stock transfer document together with your delivery copies and the details on the tout. So what all details are on the tout? Security seal and the transfer sticker pasted on the tout. These two you will be getting on the tout, and the transfer document number and the delivery copy you will be physically receiving these papers. Yes or no? So you need to link transfer out number, transfer document number, delivery copy and the tout. And in the tout there will be two things, security seal and the transfer sticker. So what all you need to link and see, it should be all same. Okay, so what are all the key details that you need to check? Start. If you have any questions, if you are not clear of anything, please feel free to ask, okay?
You are not supposed to talk. Let retail ask question to warehouse. So you don't have to give answers. You come up with question.
What are some of the important things? First thing, you are going to check the transfer document number is for you and the location name. Set. These are some of the things. Start. थोड़ा पुश कर दी तो बेटा
These are all your daily tasks, so you should know exactly what table. This table we want corporate to be. You should know every step on warehouse process.
So this table we need corporate. We'll answer the thing. Okay.
Just you verify the location, your DD, and then your stocks coming here.
Face carton number.
And you verify the physical patterns coming. If it's
Same number.
same
or no?
number, same order number with the number of cartons coming, you receive.
Now you in the transfer sheet you have to see the security seal number. It's same written there or no?
Stock item.
In the tote. Tote there will be security seal. What you were saying?
Yeah,
So here it will be mentioned.
yeah.
That's
But
the
now
last
it's only
page.
dates.
Last page it will be mentioned. Now it's date, but it's 4 digit. Yeah, moving forward it's 4 digit number.
So, as of now, we are going to discuss the key things that we are need to check. After that, then we'll come to the challenges. Okay, don't mix. We go step by step.
Last part is challenge. First part is process.
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಪಕಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ
If any group is ready to present, let me know. Okay.
Then that's it. You have nothing.
Any group ready to present? Group 1? Ready? You want to add some more?
Systems efficiency. So that's the way to check that. So information is done physically and system-based. So you confirm that everything is matching.
You guys represent
And system.
recommended enterprise. Recommended enterprise. How you will check that at the stock transfer was receiving?
It's 13, it's on the, it should be already on, when they are doing that charger. It's from my previous experience.
So they what you mean to say?
What is it? Selling price.
Yeah,
It says selling price should be on the,
KPM.
On the item.
on the charger, STM.
KP serum sa serum yung should be happy.
On the STM, when they are doing the charger.
No.
No, before yes.
The main accessing it, I think it was before by accessing, but not me.
2017, 18, 19, 20.
Yeah, that's no, but no.
But from this
System or state.
new system, no.
That's not a Okay, we start with group 2. Romelda, okay? Okay, we'll have group 2 to present and then we'll note down each and every important checks.
Good afternoon, team. Okay. What are the important things you do when receiving stock?
Okay, check. What are the important things you do when receiving stocks? Okay, first, here we have to check our location ID. I believe all of us do that. We verify DD, verify the order number that came, plus how many cartons with a ST high. And then we sign off. As a shop manager, whoever do the verification have to sign off the DD. Okay, number 4, system receipting has to be done with the shop manager, and then a physical receiving. For the current system that came in with a tag, to be honest, there's nothing on the DD which I can explain. That's all for group 2. I believe my colleague here want to say something.
So during our discussion of the process, Romelda mentioned that from their end, they usually do the system receiving and then they do the physical check after. But from the corporate team, what we normally do, we do the physical checks first and then we do the system receiving after. So I just wanted to find out, like, which process are we supposed to follow? Do we do the physical checking and then the system receiving after, or is it the other way around? Or, like, is there?
So practically, and use the logic, which one should we do first? Okay, you normally verify the physical stock first and then you do system receipting. But Wengani, they do system receipting first and then they do physical receiving. Vision City? You do same? System receipting and then you do physical receiving?
both ways. Either we do the receipting first and do the physical check later, or we do the checks first and we do the physical.
Mic test.
Okay, waterfront team
Mic test.
and Boroko.
Mic test.
We do the physical first before we do the receipting, system receipting.
Normally do the system receipting first before the physical. Yeah.
One question. Okay, one question for before you do the physical check-in and then use system receiving first. What if you do the system receiving and then physical receiving, you check-in, you ended up with something is not right? Difference between the system and the physical that you check. What do you do after this?
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Oh, you want to respond?
Okay, thank you, Maggie. I think we usually do variance report on that. Those are the variants.
Anyone else?
I will answer Maggie on this one. Okay. Why I said both ways, either I do the physical first and I do the receiving, or either I do the receiving first and I do the system. And when at the end of those both, I will also come across to certain variances, which I will also charge it back. If it's a surplus, if it's a short, I will charge it back to warehouse, and I will send through email mentioning that this is what I came across to, and these are the informations through email. But if it's a surplus, over is received from my end, I also send through email and advising them that charge it back to my location, and I will update.
Is it on the same day or the day after?
On the same day.
Thank you.
Okay, team. Anybody else? Any suggestions, any feedback? You want to share what you do at your location?
Okay, thank you. That's the process we normally do every day, so I think I'll give what I think it's best. Okay, I believe that before receiving the stock, so we cannot be blindly went ahead and update the TIP. First of all, we have to check what physically we received, and you have to confirm with the transfer slip and confirm that all the orders shipped. You have to circle with the shipped quantity. Confirmed. Once confirmed, you can went ahead. Before you punch in or receive the order, punch in the order number and check the system warehouse. Once it's confirmed that it's transferred from warehouse to your location, you went ahead and do the receipting. That's when you bring in the stock on into your system. And when you have the stock on in your system, you can do the sale out. When you don't have the stock in your system, there'll be negative sales. So it's best that you must update, do the physical checking, confirm the physical stock, and then you do the updation of the order number. You bring in the stock in the system, and then that's the sale out. So from my point of view, is that first you have to do the physical checking, and then you update the TIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, Timo.
I think what I'm trying to explain, Jerry just explained, because I think it's much better we do physical receiving, because while doing physical receiving, maybe we can come across this the wrong stock, and then we can maybe flag it out. But if we go ahead and do the system receiving, maybe this might some error happen or like that. Thank you.
corporate, when we receive our orders from the warehouse, there's something I get from Les all the time is that we check and we make sure that we sign. I think when we sign, we are accounted for the checkup, so that when there's stock take or there's variance, we are able to say, because we're the people who actually check the stock. So I think when we get the transfer, we normally circle what's shipped to us. So either we tick or we circle. And I think we do it is because when we sign, meaning that we were the ones who verified, we actually see and receive. And I think it makes stock take easier when it comes back to us. Thank you.
All right. For this transferring, I think it's much more better that every time when you receive a stock, you have to do the physical receiving first, and once it's confirmed against what we supplied is confirmed against the invoice that you received, then you have to check all the quantity and then get the system updated. It's much more better. That's the safest way. Do not update the TIP. I've been tracking warehouse TIP. Every time we just deliver for VC, after some 31 after 1 hour, I see all the TIP is updated. But we have supplied 30, 40 cartons. I'm not sure how they are doing the physical receiving. So it's something, see, managers will be pushing to update the TIP, and it's more pressure to the retail managers as well. But it's your job to make sure that physical receiving is complete. Make sure you, the manager, have the physical, you have the invoice copy that physical receiving is done before you press the button to update the TIP. Don't just proceed to update the TIP because it affects the system as well. Sometimes you went ahead and you update all the TIPs. Sometimes you might not receive one carton, and it will be a problem in our inventory as well. So we have to balance both things. Once I receive the physical item, I have to do physical receiving and then update the TIP, which I bring in the system as well. If I only update the TIP without confirming the physical stock, and that's a problem because system is already sitting in here while the TIP, the texture stock, is still in the warehouse. So every time when you try to update TIP, managers will be pushing to update, but please make sure you have the invoice copy that you physically received the item before pressing the button to update the TIP. So I prefer do the physical receiving first, then update the TIP. Don't update the TIP without physical receiving. Thank you.
Okay. The correct procedure was said to be like physical receiving first, then system receiving. Like I worked the longest in Vision City, so let me just come from Vision City perspective. If we do physical receiving only and there's no bulk, then there's no way to put aside the things before we do system receiving to sell a particular item, because when we do physical receiving, we push out the stocks on display for selling. So I can't sell without updating it via system. So it's also a very challenging thing. Like sometimes we have to understand a particular location, like why they are doing it, for what reason. We just don't like, okay, this is what you're doing is wrong, but we have to understand it first too.
Yes, like experiencing in Boroko, it's a small shop, and if you receive 10 carton at that moment, and then there is no space for you to, do the physical receiving. It has to be done in the shop. At the same time, customers are there, and when you're doing physical receiving without receipting the system receipting. See, and when you are doing physical receiving and the customers are already in there and they seeing the item, see, it will really affect the system again. if you don't do the system receipting first, and you are doing the physical receiving, and the customers are already there. Yes, to other locations, yeah, they have space and they can, they can do receiving at physical receiving at the back, and later the stock can be pushed out on the shop. But for us, it is in the shop. So to me, it's more better than to get it in the system, and then you do physical receiving. Any variance and that, it's in your system already. You can still transfer back to the warehouse and get it corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, thank you, Tim. I just want to understand, yeah? Since in either way, whether we receipt and do physical receiving, or we do physical receiving and after doing system receipting. Okay, like I wanted to explain the experience that Debbie just explained, but I believe all of us, people at Vincent City, even Robert also facing that same thing. So my question now is, which way is the best?
Anyone else? Any questions? Any feedback? Any suggestions? All good? Okay. Okay. Noted, Avi. So the right process, the correct process is you do the physical receiving first, and then you do the system receipting. That's the process. You check what you have received, and then you do the system receipting. If you are doing the other way around, then it's not correct. And that's where variances are building up from. And if you think you want to do system receipting first and then do physical receiving, that loads more of your work. You have to go back. And if the pressure is there just to clear the TIP, and for the sake of clearing the TIP, you just want to do the system receipting and the physical receiving is not done, then again that's not right. So now looking at understanding the current challenges the locations are facing, but the correct process to do the physical receiving first before you do the system receipting. And Miro has already highlighted the risk associated with it. What are the pros and cons of doing system receipting first and doing the physical receiving after? Correct? Everybody in line? Okay. Okay, so we were at the important things to check. So just going group by group. So group 2 has mentioned location ID. What else? Delivery docket. What all you check in delivery docket? STO number, STO document number. Group 1, suggestions? What all things you check? Your checklist. Number of cartons, and the cartons are mentioned where number of cartons in the delivery docket. Correct? Okay, what else? Yes, correct. Group 3. What are some important things we check when receiving stock? Security seal number, yes, very important. This is the one, STO document. Shipped should equal to ordered. Anything more? Price? Delivery already mentioned. So this is like RRP, I don't agree with that. RRP, recommended retail price should be mentioned on the stock out number or delivery anywhere. Anyone agree with that? It should be mentioned, RRP?
No, it should be on the STI code.
Yes, that's when you are doing stock transfer, correct? But we are on the receiving part of it. Anything more? Yeah, that's something that you do when you open the cart and actually receive the stock, isn't it? We just discussed what we have seen: delivery docket, security seal number, touts, and stock out number. Anything more you'd like to add on? So we have got location ID, delivery docket, STO document number, number of carton, security seal number, and quantity shipped should equal to quantity ordered.
More like it needs to be stated by warehouse security what time it was fetched and what time the stock has received to write the timing and time.
So that will come under date and time. That's the very important one, should have been right on top. Anything more? Yes, that's the other one. Signing of delivery dockets. Signing and acceptance. Agree with those? Yes? Okay, thank you. Let's move on. The importance of clearing pending stock transfers, TIP, isn't it? So what's the importance of clearing your TIPs? Prevents discrepancies. Pending transfers mean the physical location of the stock doesn't match the system's recorded location. This leads to inaccurate inventory count, making it impossible to know what you truly have on hand at each store. Agree with that? Yes? Avoid stock. If stock is on transit, definitely it won't be able for sale in the receiving store, even if it's physically there. This leads to lost sales and disappointed customers. Yes, we have just discussed it. Minimize shrinkage and theft. Unaccounted stock in pending transfers creates opportunities for theft or misplacement, as it's harder to reconcile what should be where. Timely clearing provides clear audit trails. This is linked to number 7, date and time. Should always check. As we said, if you are receiving stock transfers for past 1 week or past 1 month for POM locations, you always same time need to question where was this stock for past 1 week. Isn't it? There could be movements within that time. And if there's any discrepancies, that's why it states you should flag it immediately rather than waiting and flagging it out after a week or after a month, after 2 weeks. That's why we say it's important to do the physical receiving first and then the system receipting. So you can see what are all the importance of clearing of your pending transfers. So the best practice, set regular reviews of pending transfers. We have this in process now. Finance sends the pending TIPs on every Monday, sending the anomalies on Wednesday, and sending the final report, the fresh TIP report, on every Thursday morning. Yes or no? Automate alerts or workflows for overdue transfers. Train staff to promptly confirm receipts upon physical delivery. So these are some of the tips you can follow to clear your pending transfers on timely basis. Yes? So with the current TIP process that we have, what are the key challenges that you are facing? So currently multiple reminders required to close off TIP. So as I said, we send the TIP report on every Monday, we send the anomalies on Wednesday, and when you check the anomalies on Wednesday, report is circulated on Monday 10 AM, that is 8 AM PNG time, and on Wednesday afternoon when you circulate the anomalies, and yet we see some locations have failed to actually acknowledge the MLN, input their comments, why is basically their pending stock transfers. Incorrect information is provided. That has happened just last week. You know, some locations are saying this we're going to receive in load 8 or load 9, but warehouse saying no, this has been already sent out in load 8, but location are saying this will be received in load 9. So how true, how justice we are normal day-to-day work. Are we providing the comments just for the sake of it, just to say we have actioned it, we have provided our comments without doing any checks where the actual stock is? Because the dates are very much vigilant there, and anyone can tell if the items are in pending transfers from beginning of May and it's now June, then something is not right, because all other transfers are pending for June and only few transfers are pending for the beginning of May, then something is not right. Obviously you can't receive this, you can leave out those old dated transfers and clear all your recent TIPs, because there's something that is pending there, that's why you have not cleared. And if you want to clear it just for the sake of it, and then again your variances will appear, and actual stock is, if it's not been received, still it's sitting in warehouse, again the discrepancies will arise at warehouse as well. And we have a recent case where we are clearing the pending transfers from last year. Just for the sake of it, the location has cleared their TIPs without receiving the actual stock. And now we have to do adjustments in the following year, which is not the right business practice, isn't it? The cycle is not completed. What I mean by cycle is not completed, just providing the comments for the pending TIPs, that's not the end of the job. You must have seen now we have set up a new process where you provide the comments, and parallelly to it, warehouse also provides its comment with the delivery docket number. And that gives us a clear justification where warehouse has actually cleared or sent the stocks to the respective locations, yes or no. And the other one, the main challenging part here is when the stocks is transferred back to warehouse from the locations. So warehouse is doing their part in terms of providing justification, stating the delivery dockets number, date, the date on which it has been transferred out to the locations. But when it comes for the location to transfer the stocks from location to the warehouse, locations, they do not provide these details. They do not provide this information. Very good example is stock transfer from Waingani to JDs. It is just steps away. Yet we fail to go and see who is basically not taking the responsibility, who needs to be held accountable for this. It's just a few steps away, Waingani and JDs. System is showing stock has been transferred from Wangani to JDs, but is still saying is pending. Probably physical receiving is done, but system receiving is yet to be done. Or probably stock has been transferred out, but stock is still sitting at Wangani because warehouse has not yet received the stocks. That's why it's sitting as pending TIP. And same for this, same for the locations when warehouse transfers the warehouse is providing their information, the date delivered, delivery copy delivered, and under which load or but basically which day. They need to come back to location. The location basically needs to come back to warehouse. We haven't received these physical items. And there could be instances where items have been gone out from warehouse, but it's basically delivered to the wrong location. As we have discussed earlier, instead of VC, it has been delivered to Wangani. Instead of Wangani, it has been delivered to Boroko. Boroko stocks has been delivered to Waterfront. There could be scenarios. But if you want to follow that process, system receipting and physical receiving after, then obviously there will be a big mess. Isn't it? That's why we have a system in place. The correct process to follow. Last one, lack of ownership. The location needs to take that ownership. If it's showing pending TIPs under your location, basically becomes your responsibility because it is showing under your location. You need to take ownership. The responsibility assigned to the admin. Who is responsible for receiving the stocks? Who is responsible for clearing the TIPs? And who needs to be held accountable? And at the retail, the store manager is taking that ownership of clearing their TIPs, ensuring yes, system receipting is done, physical items were received, system receipting is done, these items were not received, now we have gone back to warehouse. And it's not that just sending back to warehouse or sending an email back to Miro or Shamim, yeah, we have not received this, we received this stock, but still it is showing as pending TIP and allocation. That does not complete the cycle. We need to keep pushing because it is showing under your location as a pending transfers. And you need to discuss with the other party and come up with the solution. Find the discrepancy where the actual stock is. Agree with me? Yes? No? Okay. The next one. Regarding the shop consumables. What is shop consumables? These are the inventory items that is transferred from warehouse to your location, but this inventory is not for sale. It's for shop use. Or either it could be for staff use. Thermal bags, shopping bags. Now we are selling this. But if you go and see in the system, under each location, there are 4 to 5 thermal bags maintained. Some are running as negative. Some quantities are showing as positive. Which actual bag we are using? Has any retail manager went and viewed their detailed inventory report and queried why these items is showing negative? Why thermal bags are showing in negative? Has any location went back and seen their detailed inventory report? It is emailed by finance on every month end to all the location managers, to the admins as well, to see what are the shop consumables items sitting in your location. Basically, finance giving that last pressure on every month end to clear, verify and clear. Optical clips, size clips, hangers, thermal bags, staff uniform. Delivery books, a white paper bags. This inventory is not for sale, but it is transferred from warehouse to your respective location. It is used for shop use. Staff uniform, it is given out to the staffs. Yes, there could be scenarios where you are receiving the uniforms but is not yet distributed to the staffs. But in that case, you need to give your actual adjustment, fill that adjustment form and send it to, you need to give your actual adjustment, fill that adjustment form and send it to finance for approval. Once finance does their checks, yes, this is the quantity sitting in your respective location, this is the physical that you have sent, this is the remaining, and then we check, send to audit for stock adjustment. But that drive is not coming from the operations, that drive is not coming from the stores. Runs the inventory report. Every month and we do, send it for review for all the locations to all the managers. No action taken. And is on 22nd, then we push up and then it's been cleared. And again, my question now, after doing some case studies, then I have a question now in mind whether yes, we actually want to do the system adjustment, or just for the sake of it, we want to do the system adjustment and get it over and out, get it cleared. Now that was on shop consumables. The final one is regarding fixed asset. Company asset maintenance. Right now we have 2 vehicles, accident vehicles, sitting in our yard. We are still waiting for the insurance claim to be received. And with this, let me just get it cleared. It's not that the insurance is received instantly. Whatever amount of the damages, insurance will be received for the same amount. No, there is excess fee, and which is paid by the company. But now, due to number of accidents increasing, we will revisit our motor vehicle policy, and the owner needs to be accountable for the damages. Last week I inspected some company cars. Outside it's shining, but inside the story is different. It is a benefit, it's a privilege that you are given, but how you keep it, the ownership. No, the video shows that ownership comes from inside. How you keep it, how you take the ownership of it. Mobile phones, the company mobile phone benefit you have been given. Is it in the same condition when it was given, or is it that the condition has changed? When you want to request for mobile phone, very easy. My position has changed. I want a mobile phone as per the company policy. This is the quotation, please approve. Quotation approved, same time sent to finance. I want the mobile phones. Facing difficulties in communication. Yes, you are entitled. Yeah, here you go. But the main part is maintenance. Maintenance of the asset. How you take the ownership of it. Now that's something. The other one is adding the fixed asset. Fixed asset is something of a fixed asset. Motor vehicles, your shop furniture and fixes, your plant and machinery, your generators at the stores, your CCTV cameras, the mannequins, we are opening a new project, new shop, very easy. Take out from the location, send it to the other location. Without any documentation, without any communication, the finance, we are taking out this number of items from this container, we are moving these items from this shop to the other shop. Nothing, no documentation, no communication. Fixed asset of a high value, it's not expensed off straight away. It is being expensed off over the number of years, depending on the item. Computer equipments we normally depreciate over a year of 2.5 years. Motor vehicle we depreciate for over 5 years. It depends. What item are we buying? How long it will run? but looking at the current maintenance, it's half. I don't think so we can say we can go it for next 5 years. Probably 2.5 years or 3 years. We have used the full value of it. The book is showing the certain value, but when you look at the condition of the atom, no, it's not giving the right picture. So very important. If you are moving any asset from your location to the other location, it could be a TV. You know, the baby jack signage recently fixed in, yes. The baby jack signage recently fixed in Wangani. That came from TL. The blue baby jack signage with the lights and the display, that recently came up from TL. After investigation, talking to Shamim, Miro, these items have been received, where it has been displaced to, then we came to know it has been, went to Wangani. And now looking at the nature of it, then you have to analyze if there are lights with it. We also must have hired an electrician to fix the light. We must have hired a carpenter to fix that display system in the location. Two parts regarding fixed asset, disposal of fixed asset details. When assets are purchased for your location, for example, UPS, TV screens, your monitors, the NVR for the CCTV camera. For these items, we need the serial numbers. We need the full details, because we are not able to see what's the actual items that you have purchased, but always we can fill those details with proper clear communication with the technology in place, isn't it? Yes or no? The TV we have purchased, there's for these all computer equipment items, there's a serial number assigned to it. And why we need the serial number? Because for these assets, they are always under warranty. They are under warranty of 6 months, some are warranty of under 12 months. Same with the UPS. And this is the purpose why we need the serial number. So always finance if the thing has been not working, finance always questions when you buy a new asset. Dixon must be knowing it. When you buy an UPS, finance always questions where's the previous UPS. Obviously, the previous UPS must have gone bad, that's why you're buying another one. So the previous one is where? What happened to it? What's the serial number? Can we dispose it? Is it the new one, the old one? If it's a new one, then we need to track back the serial number. Is it still covered under warranty? Then we need to take it back to the supplier. So just giving you understanding of why we need all these details. What's the importance of it. And same for disposal of assets. If you're disposing something, please do let us know, so we can remove from our register as well. It's not that it is showing on the register, but physical item is not there. That is increasing that is showing of high value inventory asset sitting in our location, but it's not physically available. Overstating of our financial records. It's not aligned. So those were some of the major things, team, we have covered. There were a few things more which I have missed out, but I suppose the critical ones which I was supposed to cover, I have covered. Regarding staff loan, petty cash, we have already discussed in our as well. And I think it's, if you have any questions, any queries regarding what we have discussed and what I have presented, please feel free to come back to me. Sorry for taking extra time, Zal. Team, any questions, any suggestions so far? What from the admin side, what we have discussed and clear today? I'll be sending out a survey form later in this afternoon or tomorrow. I need your feedback. How was my presentation basically? How was it delivered? And if you need anything additional, how I can improve in future? What are the key details? What are the important things that you have learned out of administration presentation? And what all you are looking forward to probably in the next training? Any team, anyone, any questions, any feedbacks, any suggestions? All good? Okay, so I'll wrap up my session and I'll hand over to Zanel for his sales order. Team.
As per the schedule given, we will have a tea break for 30 minutes and we will come back here around 3:30. 25. All right. Let's have a tea break. Bro.
How to raise a sales order or a stock transfer for an item which is part of a style, color, size range. This process is very similar to the processes you would have followed when you create a stock transfer. You start off by going into sales orders, full
Hello? Everyone inside? Retail team. Okay, good afternoon team. I have a bad neck, so please cooperate with me. So I think basically we had this session few months ago with few of us connected to the Pronto consultant. So today let's refresh those sessions again. This time I have recorded video version which we're going to share with Ashish after this meeting, and which can be shared with the rest of the team in this room. And whenever you have a new set of administration team member coming through, you can share these videos with those set of team members too. So we'll start with the sales order training on our agenda. I've kept it at a very brief level for us to understand in depth and to have more questions and answers of how we are operating right now. The first one would be how we're going to raise the sales order and debrief. One critical element of sales order is, and I'm very sure most of the retail team does not have visibility of what are its process of the warehouse and how do you relate that process from system and the understanding of where is it in warehouse. Is it in a picking process, is it in a packing process, or is it ready so I can receive? So we've got information there too. And this is what basically the process we're using at backend too. Next is there's a sales order management process. This is basically once the orders has been raised, all the information is going under a sales management portal. And from that portal, you can understand how many sales orders you have. You can even drill down to each line of each sales order to understand what you have. It still requires a lot of alignment here too. I've seen some of the sales order have been raised in multiple groups. Even the references are not also correct, which I have taken note and need to go back and align this with the backend team. This critical one is, the other one is, I'm not sure if how many of us have this access. There is a DI report dashboard we have created where you can also review what are inventory which is ready and pending to be received in your stores. And with that you'll have full visibility if the inventory is in the warehouse or in transit. You can do your STI from that portal too. So we have the videos there too. I'm not sure what is the current process, but I thought to share this process together with you guys. And the final one is they have some alignment to our sales order process in terms of point of contact, whom we'll be communicating to. We've realigning those sort of metrics too, which will be discussed in this discussion. So before I take you here, the first thing is I'll show you how to raise a sales order. And in between we'll stop. I'll brief you some important processes where we have to pay heed of. See, before we start, so what we've agreed is the retail team will only raise sales order for any corporate orders. You're not going to raise any sales order for stock requirement. We want to have a better hold of things. We've designed our metrics where now you'll only raise sales order. You'll check your pending sales order status, and all agent stock requirements will be passed to Ashish, communicated through him, and I'll get involved to facilitate why the stocks are not coming into stores on time. When you've raised the sales order, you'll communicate through email, sending it to warehouse, scoping product team, and your warehouse point of contact will be Miro. So you're not going to call Shamim. You're going to call Miro that I've sent this email, this is my agent customer order, and you will also indicate the deliveries when you require, so that will go through the system, and that's important. Miro will review the delivery dates and facilitate the orders. So there are certain times in the weekends you have critical orders, there's a lot of messages going back and forth, that all will be eliminated. All the stock requirement will be passed to Ashish. I'll get involved and see how we can find our back-end process. See, one more thing is, please, this is very critical for your understanding, is because this will give visibility for you to understand if there is any, for example, what I've reviewed in stores right now, we'll just take photos and send it, running out of stock. Next thing you know, product says, this is the sales order number, follow up with warehouse. So now we are bypassing that process and saying, you can understand what is in warehouse if that item sales order has been raised or no. If not, then that needs to go to Ashish. If the pending order is already in warehouse, you can directly send that order to Miro. Miro, please, if you can prioritize this for my next set of deliveries. Right? That's one communication. If you bypass, our wife will get very easy on the flow. And see, we are still doing some more enhancement to see how we can give you better visibility of whatever orders are in warehouse pending for you. Most of the time what product team says is, whenever I follow up, orders has been placed. This is in this status. It is in status 45. Okay, 45, that means you can get deliveries in POM stores within 24 hours or 6 hours if it is critical. So now all those learnings will come to you. Right? So please, it's a very important for specifically the retail team to really understand what I'm sharing today. So corporate is direct, whatever you're ordering, in terms of, sorry Yogi, If anything which was not forecasted in your range, then that communication needs to come to product team prior to raising the sales orders. Once you've got that approval, then you can raise the sales order.
How to raise a sales order or a stock transfer for an item which is part of a style, color, size range. This process is very similar to the processes you would have followed when you create a stock transfer. You start off by going into sales orders, full sales order entry. The order date is the date you've received the request to transfer the goods. You find your customer, your store customer. It's a type T for transfer, which is automatically populates. The order number, the system will generate that. No need to enter anything there. The warehouse in which you are getting the stock out of, you type that in here. The warehouse it's going to will be the store's warehouse. That automatically populates. No need to change. All of the rest of the fields will automatically populate. The delivery date is the date that the store wants that stock, if they've given you a date that they need to get it by. So you type that information into this screen field. All other fields are the same.
Hello? The customer will always remain the store. The type, customer type will always remain transfer. It is a transfer status. I'll teach you guys how you can even put a default status for that item too. Another critical thing is you have to take note of this. Once you complete, this is your order number. This is what you're going to communicate. So once you have this order number, write it down on a paper. This is where you're going to request your stock. So before this, you need to have a visibility if your stock is in warehouse 2 or in JDs. I'll teach you how guys to check the stock in the warehouse too. And this is the critical one, Tim. As we move forward, warehouse will plan all deliveries based on this dates. So ensure you set up a clear expectations here of when do you need that inventory. The rest is same as it is. Right?
Now when we get into lines, instead of entering the full item code, you just need to enter the style number. When you do that, an additional screen will come up, which has now got a table in it. It shows you the colours that are available in that style, the description for the colours, and then across the top you can see the sizes that are available. Here we go correct, and you type in the number that you need for this size being size 6 in the colour Asian black. So for this example, I'm going to say 20. Now
Okay. So first of all, are we using this to raise sales order? All of us? Yes, Vagi. Same, all of us using this portal to raise sales order? Okay. So we did some enhancement here. Previously we used to enter each line in size and color. So we've moved to style, and within each style we'll get colors part of that item code, and you can plot in your quantities. You get this dialog box. It states that the warehouse does not have sufficient stock, whatever you're ordering. So this is critical, and I'll show you where you can get a better visibility of that before raising the sales order.
this screen comes up, what this is saying, that available at the moment in the distribution warehouse there's not enough stock, which you would probably know that because you've put a purchase order in to purchase it. That's fine, it's just a warning message. You click OK. Again, proceed to the next one. This message will come up if the stock is still not available for each line. Again, you just hit enter to go past. You then type in all the values that you want. Clearly this won't happen when there is enough stock to be transferred. Now that we've got our values in, we confirm. We use the confirm button. Yes, we confirm. And what that's done, now if I press the escape button, you will see it has entered each item code with the quantities that you've requested and a description of what it is to go to your store. If you have other lines you want to enter, you can still enter them in here. So if we needed to enter a perfume, which is not part of a style colour range, you can just do the same as you normally would. Once your order is completely entered, same processes apply. You go quit, you put your reference in there, and then you put it at the status of transfer to pick. And your order is finished. Done.
So I think the other critical one is here, the reference number. We always need to indicate agent customer order if it is a customer order. So because when now we run our sales order management, this reference number becomes very important for warehouse to understand it. So please ensure that we fill in the critical information here. There is a lot of I've seen the sales order management, there's a lot of someone is writing the sales order number. The sales order number we are already capturing in our management. This all process is also equally important. If you don't select the here, this will not move from 15 to 35, or it's not going to move to 15. So everyone aligned? Is there any questions? It's basic. I'll share this video with you. So you need to have, all the administration team needs to have this on hand. Okay, can I move to the next one? Yeah. Location code. Sorry.
I do have a rep code, but I am doing the ordering. I do have a rep code which is BKR is my rep code. But I'm not sure which others.
So whoever is raising the sales order, I mean this sales order, whoever is raising it, it comes from their own Pronto login. So we should not be sharing the login because whatever logins we are using is what is being captured in the system and in the sales order. We all should be using our own to raise the sales order. Fair? Yeah, Deborah.
Still, our rep code is JWS as the retail manager for Waigani. We're using the same rep code.
So that's not compiled. We'll need to have separate codes for.
If I create a customer account and Elizabeth posts a sale, it still automatically gets my rep code unless she changes it manually. When a customer account or location account is created, the default rep code is there. And so if I create the account and Elizabeth logs in to post the order or something, by default it picks up my rep code because the customer account was created. But what Elizabeth would do is go and manually change and put her rep code if she's raising the order. So it picks up the default rep code that was assigned, because in the initial stage when you create the account, there's an option where you put in the rep as well.
So when you are raising the sales order, you are using, Elizabeth is using...
When she puts the location, the automatic rep code picks up. You know how the date automatically picks up. Yeah.
That might have been set on default.
Yeah.
If it is on default, then we'll have to remove default.
Yeah, but so what she does is there's an option to change, so she just goes and manually. So I think what they can do is go and change and put their rep codes as well if it's showing the other person's.
Yeah. So Dixon, maybe we can, later this week, what Les is saying, we can connect together and just check with them. My understanding is whoever is using their own login, raising sales orders, their code would pick up in the sales order. So what he's saying is, if Les is created the account of a customer and they are raising the sales order under the customer account, Elizabeth is raising it, his account is, the sales order is created under his account.
But it's editable, but that's what what comes up by default.
So it may be set at default during the creation process. Yeah. David, can you just take note of this so that we can attend to this? Anyone? Any else? So the other thing is, she's saying that Rahul and herself is using the same code. Ashish, we'll need to align this. Okay. So this is the very critical one, right? The sales order status and the processes which goes through the warehouse. So once you've raised the sales order, it moves to 15, status 15. So status 15 is transfers is entered and orders is in the process of being entered. There are certain times the network drops or we create some sales order and we don't finish the process we saw. When we don't conclude with the transfer and the unit code and we don't confirm it, it still is on status 15. So that is where the backend team's responsibility is to always go and delete that status 15 which is not going to be, which is not finished basically. So once you've entered the sales order, warehouse gets the sales order and warehouse moves it to status 35 when you receive the sales order. So this basically is the process where the order has been entered and the warehouse team needs to start printing the picking slip to start picking the order. So warehouse system will have visibility of this status. So remember, if your sales order management status is still in, if it doesn't move, then the warehouse will not start picking your order. Warehouse will only start picking the order when your status is at 35. Right? So this is status 45. This is where the physical item is in process of being picked in warehouse. So if you see your sales order management has status 45, That means warehouse is picking. There is no sense of calling Miro. Miro, what's the status of my sales order? You'll have visibility that warehouse is still picking up that order. And we're using the back end, so if you're raising the sales order from here, all data is live. Each process move, the data is automatically updated. For 65 is basically where once the picking is done, the team has done the check packing, they move this to 65. This is where the order has been picked, the packing has been done, cross check has been done, and warehouse moves it to 65. Order is at this status, you know that the order is ready in the warehouse. From 65 to 75, this is an automated process where the system automatically, once this process is updated, it will move to 75. 75, this order is ready to be received in warehouse, in stores. So we need to control all our conversations. You know, we need to understand this and communicate based on this. Okay, team, any questions? Everyone aligned? See, this is very critical. This will reduce all our conversation we having over the call and us to work more efficiently. So, okay, sorry. So, once this process, within this process, in between here, there would be certain areas where the warehouse will not identify stock. And they'll move those items to back order to 25. So all in sales order management, all status 25 is where the warehouse has not been able to identify the stock and they have less supplied. And everything going to 25 is what needs to be investigated by the warehouse team of if the available stock was showing and we moved it to back order, that means either we are going to supply in future or we need to remove the back order. Shamin? Robert, yeah.
If the order is still raised, and if I move forward and I see a particular item, yes, if order is raised, for example, for Boroko, and if I go through the order raised and see the particular items that I'm not carrying them in my shop, yet the order was raised. And then I raise a query from there that these items I do not carry in my shop, so can this order be cancelled? Will it be possible for them?
You have to direct the sales order to Ashish. The Ashish, I have reviewed the sales order. This item is not to be sold in my shop. And Ashish will direct that conversation to me. That shouldn't happen, but I understand that has happened previously, so I agree with it. So we are even trying to work with the Pronto team to see how we can block groups which is not permitted into each stores, because this is an ongoing issue. So that is something part of our list to work with consultants and see if Saint T-shirt is not to be sold, or Kumul's SP Hunters JC is not supposed to be sold in Boroko, how the system can restrict and not transferring that group to Boroko. Okay team, I have 20 minutes, so I have few other critical things to show. See, this is all documented, so it will be easy for you to go back and self-reflect and then understand. No? Oh, outstation is there. Na? The critical one is so all the store managers to understand what is already ready in warehouse. More critical is for the outstation team. No? So within this, all your loggings under sales orders should have pending DI report, pending stores orders. This item, everything is on status 75. It has all the status. So this should be showing in your loggings. So for example, if I go to Vengani, this all status, all this many quantity, status 75 is ready for you to go and pick it from warehouse. You know, so if you are coming in your morning first thing, you have your team discussions and you are reflecting into your discussions, moving around the team to understand, okay, what is not in the shop? Okay, first thing, let me go and check my status 75. Whatever is ready, that's my first thing to say. I'll go here, okay. This item, this was the customer order. Raised on 2nd June, invoice date on 3rd June. I'll go to lines, plain polo. Deborah, any customer order for plain polo? So this item was stated as customer order, no customer order. So what happened? Customer cancel? So what happened? You didn't have the? Didn't get the stock on time. So I believe you've. Mid-way. Ashish, continue. Okay, see, Deborah, this is the sort of miscommunication now. We need to see, you have now better visibility how we can align this. Na? So, any customer order, once it's sent, I think we need to put it, even in this comment section too, where I showed you when you raise sales order, you can indicate that this is the time you need your deliveries. Customer order, delivery, because the date is already is captured in the system, you can indicate your time too. So once the warehouse team gets the order, they'll be able to also understand how critical those orders are. Na? So team, you can hear like this order was raised by Deborah, you know. So these sort of things, this process is really critical for us as a retail team to have visibility of how many inventory is ready. Na? Like we see, if I put in aggregate, VC has 23 orders now ready in warehouse to be received. You know, so you can even click and see, okay, what is the aggregate now? So 2,995 pieces is ready for receiving. So this sort of data will help you to say, okay, I have to receive 3,000 pieces, which is ready in warehouse. I'll go and understand what priorities of these sales orders is, and I'll tell warehouse to dispatch these sales orders first. No? Right. Team, understood this process? Is going to be effective for all of you? Team, right? So, for us as a manager, first thing, this is what I do. Most of the days when I come to work, I take out that 5-10 minutes, 3 days in a week, go and understand, okay, if Ashish has called me, a basic t-shirt is not in the shop. I'll go and run the sales order management quickly, check all the status, okay, whatever is ready in warehouse. And they say, okay, the order has been sent to warehouse 1 week ago, then I'll have a call conversation with Shamim. Shamim, this order has been ready but hasn't been dispatched. This is the status. Can you look into it, no? Shamim? Right. So within the same DI, I'm showing you how you can do your into. I'm not sure what is the current process you're using. Please process if it is going to add value and make your work much more.
How to receive stock that's come to a store when reviewing the sales order pending data intelligence grid. To find the data grid with all the sales orders which have been transferred out of the warehouse into the stores, you go to Sales Orders, DI Pending Store Orders. From here, you can navigate to one of your filters to indicate the sales orders which are outstanding. For this example, we're going to use the Lay store. Click on the filter. We need to have a look at this sales order to see why it has come out of Warehouse 2 and been dispatched to the Lay store. And this happened on the 23rd of August. And we have a status of transfer in progress, status 75. 75 indicates it has left Warehouse 2, but it's yet to be received into Lay. So from this screen here, we can drill back to the sales order, and you can see the sales order header from here, which tells you all the information about it, giving reference numbers, the date it was actually processed out of the warehouse, the date it was ordered, the date it was actually delivered, and the date we expected it to be delivered. It also gives you batch numbers for those in finance, the person that entered the order, and where we were going to send it. To see the stock that you were going to send, you can click on lines, and you can see each line that was gone. If that order was received, and you just have yet to do the goods receipting, from this screen here, from your pending order screen, or from any screen you were in at that point, if you hit the F11 button, that's F11, it will then bring up a shortcut. In here, you need to type in SO.T009, then hit enter. This takes you straight through to the receiving a transfer order screen. From here, you hit enter, 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 and follow the normal steps that you would do to receive your stock in. Putting in your order number, in this case we'll do this one. No, we're not editing, no freight recovery, okay. Order has now been goods receipted. You can see the batch. Okay, okay. And then this takes you back to your pending order screen where you can move on to the next one.
I'm not sure, team, what's the current process of doing STI through system, but this is a shortcut which can use to get the sales order done, STI done through your status 75. Any questions, team? All good? Please let me know if you're confused. Okay, David, Vagi, any questions? So if I've just showed you, if you're using that process which is more, ideally taking you to the same home screen through F11. You don't have to go back and go to the STI process. It is to the same screen. Yeah, so I've just showed you how you can quickly go to the STI module and don't go back and then go to STI module. No? Anyway, it's taking you to the same home screen. No? Okay, team, the critical one, the sales and order management process, right? So you now want to have visibility of how many of your orders is in warehouse, right? We'll take warehouse to example, right? So we'll go to sales order. Once you've raised all your sales order, all data is captured under your sales order management, right? The critical information you have to fill here. If you want to review your orders from JDs, you need to type JDs here. If you want to review from warehouse to, you have to type warehouse to here. In this case, I'm selecting all stores. Right, now I've got all information on all status which is in warehouse. I'll say now again you can put this into default too. I can teach you guys how to put this in default. And you say, okay, I'll need to review waterfront. So I got all status of waterfront orders. Now I want to review whatever warehouse is picking right now. So I've got graphic tees, I've got some mains orders, I've got graphic tees. Okay, graphic tees, let me review how many lines. So this would be the next set of orders which will come through. You can go review line by line what orders and how many quantities. Even quantities you can get it from here itself. Pickable lines. And if you put an aggregate to this, so your status 45, which is most likely in next one day would move into status 65 and 75, you have another 421 pieces getting ready. Yeah? Right, so you don't have to call product team or warehouse to say, okay, how many, see now you have visibility of how many pieces. We still are trying to see how we can further enhance this reporting too. So where you can get information on a click of button in terms of the full summary. What will be the quantity? Pickable lines, right? Oh, this is the number of lines. No, this one, packages. So 900 pieces. No? Sorry, both was P, I overlooked. Now that would be something you would be receiving. So let's say status 35. How many orders warehouse is right now? So this hasn't moved now, mirror to 45. So these are the orders on status 35. Is that Tim? Yeah. So with this you will have better visibility of, you now know each status. What does each status mean and how does it relate to your operational planning? No, we'll reduce all those conversations. That's why we've removed the stock requirement group. Well, now you have better visibility of whatever is in warehouse and what you are going to expect to come through. No, and whatever is getting ready in warehouse and what you can expect in next 2 days too. So the critical one was the DI report, where you can always check what is the status of each store. So Rainbow is not there. This many orders is ready. Sir, team, any questions? Reporting, we are trying to also see how we can further enhance our process. Sorry, one more thing I have overlooked. Most of the, see, when you get an item code, one critical thing is, within back office too, the team members get confused is, when you have a customer order, always go back and check in system where you have the inventory at, you know, and this field, if you go to inventory and if you put in this, for example, this blue with warehouse balances, this field will show you what is the total on hand, and warehouse, specifically for warehouse, it always has a committed orders. So this is what you need to see this, the available quantity in warehouse. If you see, it has a 3-piece on hand, but the available quantity 0. And if you drill down, if you drill down to transfers, then you will get to know, okay, this order, status 45, is already committed. The 3-piece is committed to Boroko. So we have to be very precise when you are raising the sales orders. That's why I showed you in that screen. When it is showing that the required quantity is lower than the available quantity, please, the same period, don't just click enter, enter, enter. Read the dialog boxes. What does it mean? This is one of the mistakes which our team backend is doing it. And at the end of the day, they come back, they can say that warehouse has not replenished the full order. Right? With that dialog box, you can come and check, okay, where is that committed order, or where is that quantity is already committed. You'll see this, okay, this size has been committed to Boroko. This is then what we need to do and say, okay, this order, I'll have to speak to warehouse and see if they can supply me because it's a customer order. No? And the other 2 orders has been already is ready for picking in VC and Kopopo. Most of the time this is also happening. Your order and for any specific blue is ready in warehouse. When we don't have that visibility, we start asking for the next set of orders too. But I think progressively this is improving in past few weeks. So I think after this training, our communication should really reduce and we should only communicate the critical things. No? Okay team, any questions? Please give me a confirmation that we all understand this. You know, I'll share the videos which will help you to go in show to your team how to raise the admin team, how to raise the sales order, you know, how to check the DI report. The video is there too. How to do the STI with the DI report. Those are the critical ones. Yes, David. So urgent replenishment, again, it's a product by product. First you'll have to go and see if that item is ready under status. If it is not ready, then it will be directed to Ashish. If we're trying to put up that matrix of why the replenishment is not happening at the right time. And that is where Ashish will take responsibility from operation perspective, and will take responsibility, I'll take responsibility from the backend team. All while what is happening, there are certain orders which is ready, in warehouse, communicating, you know, there's all sort of lot of communication going through that. I need these orders, I need these orders. So with this, now you have a visibility of what is ready in warehouse, what is going to get ready, what is even the order, what order is placed at status 35. Yes, Dixon. So once the order has moved to 35, we cannot go back. We only can do is cancel that order. We can't go back and say we want to move to, we had this process before. The system has this, but we have blocked it and said, once the order is placed, you cannot go back and change to status 35, status 15. The problem is at status 15, you can do amendments to your order. No? You can go back and change the quantity if you want to do, and update the quantity. So now we said once the 15 is confirmed and moves to 35, you cannot go and change. We can only go and cancel that order. No? Okay, any other questions? Hey team, this is very critical, because what will happen after this discussion is, Ashish, from operations to, these are the 3 questions we need to ask. Have you checked if your orders are ready in warehouse or no? The team needs to say, okay, yes, I've checked, there is no order ready. And then when it comes to me, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to check before I delegate to my team if there is any order ready, pending order ready in warehouse. See, the way we're moving, the POM stores will get replenished into 24 to 48 hours. So if we only need to get inquiries of what the product team has missed to place the order for at the right time. And that will help us to improve, no? Yeah, Miro.
Just go back to the video that when you do the receiving, there's an option that says whether you edit the order.
And you just F11 button. That's F11. It will then bring up a shortcut. In here, you need to type in SO.T009, then hit enter. This takes you straight through to the receiving a transfer order screen. From here, you hit enter, 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 and follow the normal steps that you would do to receive your stock in. Putting in your order number, in this case, we'll do this one. No, we're not editing.
The edit order. Edit order.
Edit order with a yes or no. So when you say no, it's
all correct.
receipts or that one. If you say yes, I'm not the same. If I say yes, then I have to edit how much. If 5 pieces was invoice, is it I can edit because there's an option there that is telling me that I can edit whatever that I receive and I have to give that. But that system is just telling me that I can edit this transfer. Something for you and
The short and surplus can be updated before receiving in the system. So right now what we are doing is we are sending it back to warehouse, no? we're receiving it and we're sending it back to warehouse.
When you say no, yes, you have paid the full order and then you transfer what the variance is. So something that I think we have to send it in a way that what we are going to do. We have to edit the variance from the shop end and send what we have received. What they don't, what we received, that variance should be put back or be reviewed or what we are going to do.
Yeah.
This is something that
It's there, you can capture the information. The only thing you'll not be able to capture if you've entered, received the new line, which was not part of the transfer. But all the short and surplus can be updated there. Okay, team, any other questions? All good, we can follow the new process we've set. I'll share these videos with Ashish for him to pass it on to all our managers. Sorry? So why do we need to understand the cost? No, but why does retail team need to have visibility of cost? Why do we need to have visibility of cost? The retails, I mean, what was the, how does that, like, the damage item has a process of updating all information and sharing with someone to facilitate that.
Thank you. I'll answer that. So cost is not necessarily required at a retail level. So that form is actually the cost column is there because it is filled by the auditors when they are doing the adjustment. So as long as you are providing the PLU, the item code, the quantity to be adjusted, that should be fine enough. Not necessary for the cost to be there.
Maybe we can inform Samoa because Samoa always wants us to ensure all of these columns are filled in before. Otherwise, we do not progress from there.
I think I'm going to say the same as is mentioned because every time when we fill in the essay and we send it, say the average cost is not there, that's when Samoa advice we have to also input the average cost and send it because he wants to know the total cost and the quantity and the number of pieces on the essay before sending it for approval.
Okay. I'll discuss that with our IA team, but as per our process that we have realigned, now all the stock adjustments needs to come to finance before it goes to audit. Because finance does the final check and gives the approval under which GL it needs to be posted. Because all the inventory checks for all the consumables, all the damage items is now approved by finance before it goes out to audit. So if you are sending out the forms to us without the cost, as long as we will check that inventory part is okay, it's matching as per the system and what you want to adjust, that should be fine. Okay. Thank you.
Set team, anything else? 1 hour. Okay, so David, I'll hand over to you.
All right. Any questions? If there's any questions regarding this process, maybe we should collate it to the Google Sheet, and we will ask the assistance of Silent. We will give the table to Awareness, please.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Zana. So time for recap. This is the important one, where we recap what we have learned from the morning. So team, if you look at the whole session, it has just put in like that. So if you look at in the morning, we started with, it covers the important aspects that we look at. We look at staffing. So it started with all process related to staffing, from recruitment to what happens while in employment, how do we handle gross misconduct, and how do we even handle exits due to various reasons. Then the next important thing we look at is the store operational control, and one of the important aspects of store operations is our day-end processes, our POS operations. So we covered everything related to POS. We handle money through POS, right? So we handle staff, we handle money, which is what we collect from customers by giving in stock, and they give us money. And that's run through our POS. So we handle all the POS related processes that we at shop managers, CSM, retail managers, admin needs to know about, and the critical do's and don'ts, and how do we handle. And the third important thing we handle is stock. So we looked at all the critical processes related to stocks, requisition for stocks, receiving, what we need to do, what we need to check, verifying before we do the system and say we have received these stocks, and then how do we handle damage controls and disposals of the inventory. So that's the third one. And the fourth one, Zanal covered the system aspects of it. How do we go on raising sales order in the system? How do we track in the system? And how do we close it when we receive the inventory? So those were the critical processes we touched on today. So today was more about processes, refreshers, aligning what's the process that we need to follow. Tomorrow is putting that process in practice. So tomorrow we'll start with the checklist, why the checklist is done and what we do during checklist. We'll look at morning huddle, what we do in terms of morning huddle, why it is being done, and how do we use morning huddle to prepare our team for the day. That's one of the important aspects of it. Today we recruited the team. Tomorrow we are going to manage the team. Tomorrow we are going to hype up the team and put them into practice. And then after break, tomorrow we are going to look at actual operations. How do we plan for normal operations? And then we do have cyclones to handle, right? At home we plan for normal day, and then we plan for rainy days, right? And we do plan for if there is some extreme known disasters that comes in rainy day. If you are living in flooding, so in flooding you need to prepare. In Fiji we do have cyclones coming, even here. So we do plan for that, right? So we do have occasions where it's not normal, which is we do have crazy sales, we have Independence Day, we have got promotions, and we have got Christmas. They are not normal day. They require different planning, normal planning. So tomorrow we are going to actually put all these processes into practice. And if you've gone through my training, you will know I do less, you will be doing more. So be prepared. So today's homework would be to prepare for tomorrow. That's why I'm briefing what you're going to do tomorrow. There's no presentation slides. We are going to do workshopping. We are going to actually role model how to run our structured retail operations and what our role as retail managers is. So that sums up the day, but it's not summing up the session for today. There's a lot more work to be done. So I'll give 3 important aspects we covered. So this group is going to work on STI and STO processes that we have learned, from stock requisitions to stock receiving, verifications, what are the important checks that we learned today. This group is going to touch on HR processes from the first session, recruitment to exit, and that group is going to run on our POS related processes that we learned today. So recap in a structured manner. So don't talk about this group on HR. don't talk about exit before recruitment. Right? It has to flow in a channel. So group doing on stock, don't talk about stock receiving checks before raising a sales order. You know? And same thing with the group at the back, don't start to sort of refresh about doing day end when you have not run a transaction. So it has to be in a proper flow. So when you visualize as a manager, you should know what happens when you run the transaction, what happens when your POS is operating, you know, then what happens when you close your POS, how do you do your balancing, and how do you do a day-end closure and settlements with credit card. So run in a structured manner. You know? So that's just to refresh. I'll give you 20 minutes to think through and note down your presentations, and I'll give you 10 minutes each, maximum 7 to 10 minutes each to the group to come and present here. So David, if you can pass one Bucha paper to all the tables. Select a writer, neat handwriting, so that we can take pictures of what we present today, and that can become our referral guide. And team will be timing, so 20 minutes starts now. It's if you're not sure, the presenters are here in the room. You can always call them and clarify. Outstation team. Outstation, not if possible. Cameras is mandatory, so please test your machines and ensure your cameras are working and keep it switched on for tomorrow. Today you can take notes of what you have learned and you can share to me through email. So all outstation managers, please write down your learnings for the day and email it to me. Our station managers, if you can turn on your camera, please. Good to see you, Luis and Sylvia. Ashish, Jex Kokopo and Jex Lay. Or Lay is there. Joan, if you can turn on your camera. Good to see you, Russell. Okay, team, in presentation, again, we'll start in the same format. We'll look at human resource first, then we look at day-end POS and day-end processes, and then we'll round off with stock-related matters. Remember, presentation time, 7 to 10 minutes to time yourself. Group 1, get ready. Time's up, team. So all the groups, please stop writing. Just round up whatever you're writing and concentrate on the presentation, please. करता है 7 में नॉक कर देना राइट स्टार्ट करता है आप यहाँ देख लेना स्टार्ट रिज्यूम कर देना ओके टाइम स्टार्ट्स नाउ
All right, thank you, Tim. We only have 7 minutes, so we'll start. I'll just do the introduction to my Smart Brilliant team that will be presenting. So we have the HR process. Wendy will be presenting the HR process. We have Pat will be talking about the exit process. Disciplinary process will be touched by Timothy, and attendance by Robert, and gross misconduct by Sam. So we'll start with the first person. Thank you.
With the HR processes, we start first with the recruitment process, and then if there is a vacancies, they will post that in Facebook or LinkedIn, and then sourcing out candidates, interviews, making the job interviews, and then introduction on onboarding and commencement. Next.
Okay, under exit process, my team and I have come up with just 2 points. Firstly, an employee can exit the company, exit through resignation or termination. Under resignation, employees need to give 14 days notice before leaving the company. So yeah, that's basically under exit process.
All right, good afternoon, team, once again. Okay, I'll be talking about disciplinary procedures. Okay, firstly, coming back to retail, informal action or coaching. So firstly, if we hire staff and in a 1 day or 2 day time, it's he or she is getting absent, then we go through verbal warning. All right, verbal warning, but it's formal. And then if continues, then we go for first written warning and counseling. And if continue, we go for second. And if continue, third. But if in some situation, if third is serious, then we proceed with the disciplinary procedures. And then we go to final warning or continue with the suspension. Thank you.
Okay, the fourth about HR process we came with is the attendance and performance. Yes, attendance, the time sheet and those that is done overtime. Overtime must be planned and must be approved before being proceeded. That's on our time, and time sheet must come with the bio readings that before the time sheet is being posted for the finance team to do the payments for the staff. Okay, PMS review. Yes, the performance of the staff must be reviewed, and the PMS form must be given out as well for the performance of each staff. Thank you.
Good afternoon, team. Okay, so for our fifth point, gross misconduct, one of the main ones that we came across is theft. So in this type of scenarios, if a staff or team member is caught stealing or theft in like stealing on the item, then it proceeds to termination, effective immediately. Yeah. So straight away that staff is sent home or suspended. Next day he or she comes in and signs the resignation form. Thank you. All right, that's all from us, Group 1. Before we go down, any questions on our points?
Under disciplinary procedures, before verbal warning, counseling should come first, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. After counseling, then we go for verbal warning, written warning, and the others follow behind. Maggie, is that correct?
Coaching. It's not coaching, it's verbal warning. So it's different from coaching. When you discipline a person for non sort of performance, coaching is your day-to-day. That's a day-to-day process, right? You've got team members, you'll go and coach them on sales skills, you'll coach them. So that's different. But when you are actioning an employee for continued issues, and the employee has been absent, now you want to sort of start formalizing, you'll call in for a formal verbal discussion. That's verbal discussion, just creating seriousness about it and saying, you have been absent, this is your absenteeism in the last 2 weeks, you have been absent 4 days out of the 10 days, and I'm just trying to tell you that you need to improve onto it. If there are anything that you need support from us, that's verbal, and that's done. An employee would agree whether to resolve or, if it happens again, written. Anyone else? Any questions? Any more questions? Okay, thank you, team. No, just leave it there. Your job is not done. See, team, I'm talking to team of management people here, and I'll be a bit FEMA in how we critically look at things, right? So, number one, in this presentation was my instruction followed? See, when I gave that instruction to follow the sequence in how we deal with things, it required thinking. It doesn't mean that we can just jump on and prepare the present. That's what happens to us on a day-to-day. What we do is we just jump on into a running shop and just go by. Right? But management is not that. Management is stepping back, getting hold, taking a deep breath, and saying, this is how I'm going to run my day. This is how I'm going to run the day. So if you look at what I have been doing today, I've been sort of controlling how it's been running. Otherwise, if you let loose, still in this room, we'll be sitting at 6 o'clock. If you just let the day run by, So that's my role. I'm here as the I need to know that the day runs as we have planned and we finish off as we have expected. That's a culture. That's what known. We are no organization that things can just keep on running. We have a plan and we need to stick to the plan. So that's the purpose of saying, team, we need to do the presentation in the sequence of the events. And the purpose was to make you people say, oh no, we just can't start writing. We first have to think through and plan and say, okay, this is how we're going to write. So here, when you recruit, you don't directly terminate. You don't directly terminate. You recruit, then attendance and performance comes in. The person is there working with you. You'll assess, look at the attendance, look at the performance. Things not happening, you'll take disciplinary procedures. Right? Then you take disciplinary actions. And then, once you have taken disciplinary actions, things not improving, you will go to exit. And then you can talk about gross misconduct as one of the ways where instant termination comes into play. So a process is recruitment. You recruit a team member. Team member starts to come to work and perform. You assess performances and how things is. You give feedback. If performance is not in line, staff's commitment is not in line, you take disciplinary actions. If issues continue and persist, you exit. And exit is one through normal processes, which is employee is not committing to what is expected, not giving the desired performances, or there has been a gross misconduct. Gross misconduct is theft. A performing employee can instantly be terminated because of gross misconduct. I have not been issued any warning letter, but I do something which qualifies for gross misconduct, it's an instant dismissal. So team, with taking this as an example, we are in management, we are in leadership role. Again emphasizing whether we just let the day run us or we run the day. And in management and leadership, we need to run the day. If the day is running us, then we will not be able to deliver consistent results or consistent performance. Okay? And the other thing, important thing to pick on in the presentation, when someone is on final warning, the next time it repeats, it's dismissal, it's termination. You don't then look at the seriousness of the issue. When someone is on final warning, if that repeats and you now need to give another warning, that is dismissal. There's no, you look at now the seriousness and then decide. If the person has failed to meet the expectation, you can't give another warning letter. We have to part ways. There's no two ways about it. Suspension, who knows in what scenario suspension come into our organization, in our sort of nature? Anyone here? In what situations we'll apply suspension before termination or before deciding what we'll need to do? In what scenario? I'm not asking when, but in what scenario would suspension apply?
I think basically after the third warning letter and there's no improvement in the staff performance, then suspension is applied.
No, that's answering when. I'm still asked, question is in what scenario in our business environment? In our business environment, you've given a third warning letter. Staff is not performing, next time, termination, exit. There's no suspension. Why would you suspend? What is going to change after suspension? If after giving 3 warning letters, the employee has not changed, do you think by suspending things is going to improve? No, it's not going to improve. Suspension applies in one scenario. Someone was wanting, yeah, sorry, Yogesh.
Just taking a while, yes, maybe for a case of like gross misconduct and you need to do anything like that, you suspend the team member so that you can do your investigation.
Exactly. That's when in our case suspension would apply. When there is a gross misconduct, you don't have sufficient evidences to take decision, you will suspend based on the information, you will do your investigation, and then you will make your decision. And if the information is correct, there is a gross misconduct, it termination, you don't need to pay for the suspension period. But if the information that was there is not correct, and we validate that no, there is no grounds, and the employee comes back, we have to pay for the suspension. It has to be paid. Remember that too. Whenever you suspend employee for investigation, if it's confirmed for gross misconduct, termination, you don't need to pay for suspension. If it's not true and you get the employee back again, we have to pay for the suspension period. It has to be a paid suspension. You can't penalize an employee for which he or she was not guilty or was not at fault. Okay. Any other questions? That's an important one, is to do with your team. The better you handle your team, the more clear they are into what's expected out of them. And the firmer you are with not performances, that defines the culture with other team members, and the more consistent your results would be. So remember, you tolerate one person in your team who is not meeting up to the expectations, others will start to follow. Very soon from 1 it will become 2, 2 to 3, and in time to come your whole team would be like that. You have heard of the saying, one rotten potato spoils the whole sack. You know, that's what applies in, that's an analogy that applies in management. So that's where we need to be really on top of it and really taking actions when team members are going outside the boundaries. You need to define your boundaries. Yeah. Okay, so that's on attendance recruitment processes. Just the first one. Remember, first thing you have to send your employee requisition form to Maggie, otherwise you will not confirm your requisitions. Next group. Now we have got all our team members, we have started to do the sales, we have collected money, so let's see what happens.
Afternoon, team. Afternoon, team. Okay, for team 3, we have given the POS process. This process is a daily process which we normally do. So it's just a circle you can see. It's just non-stop, it's a circle. So we have our team members, we have Henny here, and we have Nehemiah here, can elaborate more on how the system works. Henny?
Afternoon, team. Afternoon, team. All right. Sorry, our process is on post processes. Okay. Before we start the day, we prepare the change money for the for the next day. So, for example, if I am going to prepare for the next day, I have to get change for my team, for the cashier counter ladies in front. So I prepare the change today for the next day. Next step, I will check the floats. So for normal operations, we use only 2 POS, POS 1 and POS 3. So I check the floats for the 2 POSes, and also I check all the machines which I will turn on, or one of my head cashiers will turn the machines on. Also, I will ensure all the cashier counter is, I will ensure the cashier counter is ready for operations. The third one, once the operation is in progress and the sales comes in, then I will go advise the cashier ladies that if we have like a lot of cash in the counters, so I can get the cash drops.
Good afternoon. Okay, to continue our process, at the end of the day, we have to take our EODs. After entering our cash drops, we take our EODs down, we reconcile, taking our settlements for EF and WB, our Z reports, and also doing our balancing. After all that is checked by our managers and signed off, we take it back into the office where our admins may put it back into the safe. For the 5th, 6th, and 7th process, it's for the next day. We do our summary report, and we send it down to the finance team. We do our banking. After the banking is complete, then they stamp our deposit slip. We have to take a copy of the deposit slip and send it down to our finance team as well. So this process will repeat itself the next day and it continues. That's our post process. Thank you.
Any questions? Anyone? All good? Okay, so few questions from my side. So what are the important things you'll check in the slip before sending that to finance team?
We check the location. Our location must be on the deposit slip, the time of deposit, the date, and the exact amount.
And the stamp as well. That's an important one. So remember, before the deposit is going, you'll check your location, you'll check your dates, value, and you'll check the narration. After once deposit is done, as a managers, you need to go to your deposit book, look for the stamp, check the stamp, and then sign off. That means that amount has been deposited. Yeah? Okay. Another important check, end of day, in cashiering, while you have put in things related to balancing, what is one other important thing you should check at the end of day while rounding up your POS? So end of day, you are balancing your cashiering, right? So you're closing up, you're doing your end of day processes, you have checked and reconciled, you have done your settlements, you have run your balancing, now you are rounding up. But there's one important check you need to do at your while running down your end of day process.
Okay, while doing that, you have to make sure that the amount you have on hand, the cash you have on hand, meets the same amount you have in the system. So you will know that you've done your EODs properly.
Okay, there's one more thing. One more check you do if you are effectively rounding up your POS at the station. Anyone? I'm talking to retailers. I'm definitely sure there's one more thing you check at your POS counter.
Is it the receipt papers and all?
Receipt papers, yes, good. You also check if you have sufficient receipt rolls. How many of you know, while on that receipt, how many of you know what happens if your POS printer runs out of receipts? If suppose your POS printer, the receipt roll has finished. It will show the orange. And what else? If you run a transaction, what will Pronto do? Okay. Okay. I'm talking about if suppose your POS printer runs out of the paper roll and you are running a transaction. There's one odd behavior Pronto would remind you that you have run out of the paper, even if you don't follow the orange light that comes up before you call Dixon. Manual sale. Come on, Tim, you face this issue. I have operated POS only about 3 or 4 times. My time is getting up, so I'll tell you, Pronto will not print the receipt or open the till. Your till won't open. If you run a transaction and it's run out of paper, your till won't open. So next time if you run a transaction, till don't open, don't call Dixon, change your papers. And the last one, Tim, I'm surprised. We had an issue, and if that check was done, we would not have that issue. Before you round off your POS, please check shopping bags. You know, at the end, you need to ensure that you have got sufficient shopping bags for the next day. Next day, while running a busy shop and trying to organize, a shopping bag is a disruption, and we need to avoid disruptors. In management, we need to avoid disruptors. You know. Okay, thank you, team. Last group. Oh, sorry, last group is here.
Okay, good afternoon, team. Good afternoon, team. Thank you. Group 2 here will be talking about STI and STOs. So we'll start with Chantel. We'll elaborate more for that.
STIs. Sorry, good afternoon. The STIs, as you can see, we just draw a sketch of the STIs and STOs. I'll be elaborating on STI. STI, when it comes to the STI, when it comes to the shop or retail store, then it becomes a STI. So the important things to check on STI is location for the ID location for the shop, the DD or STO numbers, number of curtains, date and time, security stamps, check the security stamp, and if everything is okay, then you get a manager to sign and acceptance. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Elizabeth to explain the board.
Team, good afternoon. Okay. When an order comes from the warehouse, it is important that everything Chantal mentioned, we get to confirm that it is right before we sign on a delivery docket. Once it's signed, we take our cartons, we open our cartons and we do the confirmation of stock. We verify what's on the transfer and what's actually received in our house. Once we confirm that and it's complete, then we sign off to confirm that we have actually checked it, confirm it's received, and it's okay. Once it's done, we system receive the transfer. Okay, as we were putting our this in place, we asked what is TIP, and then I mentioned like TIP complete, and then Vinit said no. So in the points I was taking as we were going to training, it is mentioned that, I mean, there are times when I overlook a transfer and it sits as transfer in progress. I think it is best when we come each day, we take some minutes to check our pending orders. And as we do that, it helps us to see what's in progress, and maybe physically it's received and it's overlooked that we didn't systematically receive it. So if we take time, either it's a weekly thing or on a daily basis, we take a 5 to 10 minutes to check what's in progress. We'll be able to see what's in progress. It's either still in the warehouse or it's received into our warehouse, but we have not received. So I think that's something I want to do. TIP.
Okay, any questions? Do I have time? Still have time?
Any questions, Steve? Any questions?
I thank you, Group 3, for the presentation, but it's all well aligned, but I'm so concerned about once the TIP is updated, is there any sort of surplus or the warrants mentioned, then what you're going to do about this?
Short and surpluses, so what are you going to do about it?
for surplus or short supplies, what we have, the process we have in place, we fill out what's called a variance report. And on that variance report, it clearly states the order number and how much the order is over or under by, and then that's sent through to the warehouse to rectify. And we track that on a Google Sheet as well.
Okay, for corporate, we, like each year, we give number to variances. So in 2024, we give like, in the start of the year 2024, when we have the first variance, we give a number like 0124. So that helps us to know that's the first variance for the year 2024, as we receive one transfer for corporate. So when the year ends, it stops. When we come to the year 25, we give a new number with the end number 25. So it helps us to identify like this is the first or the second or the third variance for the year 25 for corporate. So we give number to identify the variance, and we put the year at the end to help us know what is the year and what is the number of variance. So that helps us to track the variance. Thank you.
Okay, so first response. So you have a process of reporting the stock variance. So what's the KPI? I mean, if you are receiving today, within how many hours that should be forwarded to warehouse? You do that immediately. But what's the KPI? What we should target? Within 24 hours? Yes? I know a shop receiving done, variance still not sent till today. You know? So just think through it. And it goes to management. You know, it's our responsibility to ensure that KPI is followed. Within 24 hours, we should be able to report that variance out. Okay. The next question to corporate. So if you're tracking that information very good. So if I ask one question, in the last 5 months, has our variance compared to last year improved, or we have gone backwards?
It has improved, so the numbers have dropped significantly.
That's good. Okay, Tim, you can take a seat. So the session ends now. We've got another 10 minutes, so I'll just sum up and mostly talk about stock. That's our critical area. Reality is this year, in the last 12 months, substantially high variance. You know, I have the variance data with me. I mean, our variance this last 12 months has been equivalent to the total variance we have had in the last 9 years. You know, Wangani shop recorded 800,000 Kina stock variance. You know, there's other shops which I can just talk about the variance, and these variance are just substantially high. Shops have recorded variance equivalent to their profit, which means whatever money from the shop has gone just in the stock variance at cost price, not the retail price. The retail loss would be substantially high because that item may cost us $5, but the sales value may be $8. You know? So I'm just valuing at cost price. So when we do this process, when we receive the stock and confirm, how do we managers look at that? When we go and confirm a transfer in the system and say we received it, what's our responsibility? You know, how do we see that? That's money for us. That's what's feeding us. You know, because we are going to give to the customer and take money. That money comes in. That money is used to look after our wages and salary costs. That money is then used to buy new stocks that we can sell it to the customers again. And then the machine continues. But if you are not taking care of the stocks, and if the stocks is just losing on this basis, then we are not getting that money to look after ourselves. You know, take care of our employees. So I have in groups managers saying, oh, this inventory, we don't have that inventory, but in sewing in system. And I sit and question, does our managers even understand what they are talking about? You know, they themselves, are they knowing that we have received that, we have confirmed that we have received that stock from warehouse or shops, but that stock is now not there. I would have sleepless nights. You know? I would have sleepless nights. I mean, just today I looked at the warehouse JDS variance, while on NetOff it's basically less, but when I'm looking at the stocks that's not there, which is missing, is still substantially high. We have sort of got that stocks, and now we are not able to find that stocks. Whereas we have got stocks from somewhere else. We have got some other stocks coming in, which we don't know where it has come from, which is surplus. But that surplus can't compensate. If you have lost a glass, a mic cannot compensate that. You have still lost a glass. But where did you get the mic? You still need to find out. You know? So, and we are doing 100% receiving. So we should be able to know that we are getting a mic, but it's not in the transfer. But we are not getting that. And I can show you the surplus in warehouse is 200,000 worth of stocks. Received, we don't know where it has come from. And the other side, there's another 200,000 worth of stock missing. We don't know where it has gone. You know? So team, our stock variance has been high. It's basically a reflection on the controls on inventory that we have in shops. You know? How we are monitoring the controls, how are we keeping stocks. When we receive transfers, we take ownership of that inventory. We are accountable for that inventory. The only way that inventory would reduce is if we give it to the customers, or we return it back to the warehouse. You know? But if it's going missing, it raises serious questions about the inventory controls that we have in the shop. We are doing refreshers so that we can see what's the correct processes to be followed and how can then we follow that process. But the important thing is discipline, you know, ownership. When you look at stocks, how do we take ownership of it? How our stocks are kept, where our stocks are going, how our stocks are moving. You know? Staff movements, customer movements. Are we vigilant? Are we having robust security processes in place? You know, I still see customers walking with bags in the shop with backpacks. I still see managers seeing that. I still see securities not picking it up. I still don't see managers going and reminding securities that why this customer is allowed to enter with backpacks. You know? I don't blame the security. If the management in the shop is not able to pick that an important control is being violated, the security won't be vigilant. Same thing goes to our staff. It all starts from us. So team, humble request, we need to get hold of this situation, because if this variance continues on a similar trend, we'll start to lose money. We have lost substantial money. You know? All the hard work that we've been putting is now just going into stock loss. And managers, you are looking at your stock variance report. You all know about it. I have got the summary of the information for the last 6 years of stock variance. You know, shops we are having 20,000 stock variance is now recording 200,000 stock variance. And that's substantially high, team. It's not sustainable commercially. And that's where we need our stock managers. You are the owners. You are the people on the ground owning that shop, owning stocks, owning cash. So team, please see if you can put some robust inventory control process. It all starts from us. And one important thing is, which I've talked about, is our plan for the day. You know, retail manager's job is not to save corporate customers. It's not to run around organizing stock for corporate customers. There should be someone else in the shop doing it, and you should just manage that process. You know? I see managers working hard, but not doing what their role requires. It applies to me also. Right? I can be working very hard, but doing something which is not my core role. I need to ensure every day people who report to me, I'll sometimes tell them that, sorry, this is not my responsibility. You know, why this is coming to me. I have to do that so that I can focus on my core role. That's a critical understanding. We all need to understand what our core responsibility is. When we start our day, do we have a plan to fulfill our core responsibilities? And when we end our day, do you reflect and say, have we fulfilled our core responsibilities? You know? Have we fulfilled our core responsibilities? Have we given our best? That's the question we should ask. And that requires working with heart, emotionally being connected with your responsibility. You know? Are we just doing the work because we need employment and we need income? Or are we doing the work because we value employment? We value what we have, and we have a dream in life to change things, to be different, to give different. You know? I don't have issue packing things in the shop. I don't have issue picking rubbish in the shop and putting in the rubbish bin. I don't have issue going and receiving and offloading a container because I work with my heart. I don't look at what level I am in the organization. Everything matters. If there's a stock lying on the floor and someone steps, that hurts because that was put food on our table. You know, and it's sad to see that our owners not taking that responsibility. We get opportunity once in life. And what we do with that opportunity depends on how do we capitalize onto it. You know, you are all young, you are all developing, company is growing. You have seen in last 10 years how we have evolved, you know, and you have all grown with it, and we have a long way to go. But provided we are loyal to our responsibilities, you know, when you are at work, we are giving 100% at work, and when we finish our day, firstly, we are satisfied with what we have done. Personally, for me, I don't look at what other people has to comment about me. That doesn't give me satisfaction. I get satisfaction by my own self-assessment of what I have given. Someday I'm not happy because I'm not being able to do what I should have done. You know? But most of the day I try to make it to be happy so that I know I'm investing my time where I need to put in. You know, so I have to control my day. I can't let someone else run my day. So team, today I was learning about processes, refreshers, aligning how things should be done. Tomorrow we are going to do some workshopping to see how we can put that into practice. It would be serious workshopping, you know. And when we go out of this session, how we can start to function on the floor. When you are on the floor, managing, whether anyone tells you or not, or anyone shows that he is a manager, people would pick up that he is the person on the floor managing the operation. I asked one shop, this visit, I said, who is managing the shop? I know who is managing the shop. But when you look at the shop, you can't see that management. You can't see the floor captain. And if you can't see the floor captain, that means the management is not effective. If the captain of the team is doing the job, you would not need that badge to say he's the captain. You will be very quickly able to pick up that he is the captain. How can we be that captain? Without a badge, without a title, be able to be seen on the floor as piloting the ship or captaining the team. How can we be? And if you can be that captain, believe it or not, you will be satisfied of what you achieve, and your team would be the most happy team. It all depends on us. So team, think through what we have learned today. We are going to do some workshopping tomorrow, and then we are putting in and spending time on the floor together with you so that we can guide you, coach you, work together with the team, have a very structured operations and deliver what's expected out of us. And today we have team of about 230 team members, Maggie? In another 5 years, we want to cross 500 team members. But it all depends on us. If this team don't do what's expected, we won't be able to grow the company. See, when I started JEX, there's some team members, Yogesh and Ashish would know, who are no longer with us. I still have the utmost respect for them. And anytime they'll need my help, I'm always there to help. You know? I'm always there to help because those people laid the foundation which made us to take JEX where it is today. If they would have not laid that strong foundation, no matter what we have done, we wouldn't be able to grow the company to where it is. So that respect always goes to the people who have laid that foundation. we are laying the foundation to take JEX to the next 10 years. And if you don't do our part right, and if we create a weak foundation, if we try to grow, it will collapse. If we lay a strong foundation, generations after generation, the company will stand strong. You know? And that's why I always tell team members, you should love what you are doing. If you don't love what you are doing, think about it. Because you are basically building something which will be weak. But if you love what you are doing, you are building something which is strong, and that will go for generations and generations. So with this word, team, I formally close day one. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Vinit, Maggie, Zanal, for putting in the effort. These things requires a lot of effort. It requires out of work time to plan for it and come here away from the work site at home, away from the families, so that we are able to invest in our team members, and our team members are then able to grow. So looking forward to working with you, team. I enjoy every time I'm on the floor, and we get some good insights. Just like this week, while receiving in VC stocks, we realized the stocks are being sorted at 3 stages. When it's initially picked by the pickers in warehouse, it comes to check pack section. They sort all the stocks up into sizes and style. They then do their check pack, checking with the sales, with the picking slip. They then pack it again. They do a sales invoicing. It goes to the shop. The receivers again sort the stocks up. They do a checking against their sales invoice. They pack it up. It goes to the display area. They sort it up again. You know? So I was just talking to Shamim, if when we are sorting up at the packing stage, and if we can then pack it up by sizes, take it up by size and tie it in one batch, then at receiving we are handling that batch. We only check the batch. Then that batch goes to the display team. They open it and just fold it and display it. It will cut down the 3 level of sorting that we do. And sorting takes a lot more time in receiving than actual receiving. I mean, I've done receiving, Zainal has done receiving, and you team do the receiving. The majority time in receiving is taken in sorting stocks. And if it comes sorted, receiving time can reduce by 1/3 to 1/3, not by 1/3, it can reduce by 2/3. You know? So these are the things that we pick up when we are actually on the floor, hands-on, and then try to work with the right stakeholders to get it resolved for the benefit of everyone. You know? Okay, team, thank you. I'll stop. I'll have to be on time, otherwise I'll get assessed. Thank you very much. It's amazing day one, lot of learning, but as I've said, it's a day of learning which we need to put into practice. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Outstation team. Tomorrow's session, we'll need more interaction from Outstation. The workshop would be designed. There is some workshopping to be done, but I'll have a digital board where you can do your workshop and then present online. So be prepared for that. Looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, team. That's conclude our day. See you again tomorrow at the same time. At least we need to be early tomorrow. Thank you so much, and we'll continue on our journey. Thank you so much.